I would like to take the opportunity to respond to the minister, given the nature of that contribution. You see, Minister, sure, timelines have been tight, but they've been tight on everything. They've been extremely tight on the committee inquiry. As I pointed out earlier, I think Labor had, if I'm generous, maybe 3 lots of 5 minutes in the section where we had the AEC before us. And as I recall at that time, the chair even tried to block me at one point from asking any questions. But what we've been very light on is the policy rationale. And don't worry, we will actually get to the issues of substance, but we're going to have a very lengthy look at what's occurred in the process here, because that process stinks. It has been part of an inappropriate fix between the government and the Greens, and you are obviously very sensitive to the issues of the return to order. The first time in part of your response you referred to how you pride yourself on being timely, and yes indeed I've had limited responses in a very timely way. Doesn't really satisfy me much, Minister. You might as well just write back to me and say no, and then you can stand here and claim timeliness. The response that you tabled, I did in fact receive, and I received it and considered that when we looked at Senator Moore's second reading amendment, because we simply were not satisfied with it. The minister should know, given his pride and experience in these issues, that his response should cover what harm it is proposed would result from the disclosure of that information. And it really isn't adequate, Minister, for you to suggest that there was some reference possibly to some harm to commercial operations of contractors used by the AEC as your blanket response here now. Now, you have had opportunities to that return to order. In fact, Senator Moore's motion, I think, is a third one for you to deal with the issues of what harm it is you are proposing. And to just characterise my comments to Senator Ludlam as an attack on him, I don't think are reasonable. I did point out to Senator Ludlam that I noticed and I noted and I acknowledge that this has been a key area of interest of his, fairly respectfully I thought. But I did highlight that I was surprised that as part of this fix, this is one of the many things I've been surprised that the Greens have been prepared to just tolerate. Because these are principles far broader than just the consideration of this bill. Parliamentary accountability of the government of the day is, as you've said, an issue of significant importance. And the public interest immunity arguments are those that allow senators, whether they're in the crossbenchers, the Greens, the opposition, yourself in opposition, to highlight government inadequacies and to talk about dissatisfaction that the government isn't able to be held to account. So why you've got such a glass jaw on me highlighting that you still, other than that fairly glib reference to the Hansard of the AEC, and if I burrowed away in there somewhere I might find them having talked about commercial interests of work that they outsource, really still is an inadequate answer from government. So here we now have the minister doing exactly what he claimed he wasn't doing. I mean, he says, "Don't interject on me. I'm polite." He then insults me, and now he sits there doing exactly the same. I'm sorry, but it's 7:30. You're really going to have problems here, Senator Cormann.
Order. Continue, Senator Collins. Well, disregard the interjection.
Oh, but I'm being so sorely tempted. Senator Fifield will know I'm absolutely delighted to take his interjections on these sorts of things. Well, no, I don't need material. I've got heaps of material. You see, the point that I have— well, sorry. Chair, I'd ask your protection here.
Order on my right. Senator Fifield, order, please. Senators should be heard in silence. Continue, Senator Collins.
Thank you. And I note that Senator McDonald has come into the chamber now. And I could be provoked to reflect on his earlier contribution. Usually I don't allow myself to, but I see Senator Fifield's face here, and I am going to be tempted by just this one element, because usually I don't respond, but I think every senator in this place will appreciate the reflection that Senator McDonald's characterisation of what goes on in a committee is very creative. It's probably the most polite way I could say it. It is very creative. But for him to be admonishing Senator Moore earlier for not being at the hearings and how well conducted they are is just a farce. It really is, and it does deserve to be acknowledged and noted at this time, now that he has come back into the chamber. But what oh, sorry, it was Senator Polley, not Senator Moore. That's right. I apologise for that bit. But I think Senator Moore must have been responding to someone else's criticism at that stage. But, Senator Cormann, what you didn't respond to, and this is why I'm glad I haven't allowed myself to be distracted at 7:30 at night by your interjections, which of course you don't make because you don't do that. Oh, he's gone. He must. Oh well, I have to say that now that the minister has gone, I think perhaps, Chair, I should bring attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You cannot leave now. 11. Sorry. Yeah, Senator McDonald.
Well, Senator Collins, with all the questions that she had, seems to have disappeared from the chamber, so I'll take the call if I can. And like some of my colleagues, I quite like Senator Collins, and we get on well together in the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, but I have to say to my good friend Senator Collins, you'll need to get some substance in the debate if you're going to carry this on for a couple of hours, because, quite frankly, I've never heard so much padding in any speech for a long, long time. But look, Mr Chairman, can I just explain to those members of the Labor Party and people who might be listening, because this is a very serious debate. It's about our democracy, and it's about allowing Australians to vote for who they want to vote for in the Senate. And, Mr Deputy President, Mr Chairman, I can't understand why the Labor Party can't see that. It's a pretty simple bill. Effectively, there are a few other provisions, but effectively it says above the line you can vote 1 to 6, and the one you vote above the line, the 2, 3, 4, is for a political grouping. So if people want to vote 1 in the Liberal National Party box in Queensland, what effectively that means is that they're voting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the Liberal National Party team, and if they voted 2 for the Christian Democrats team, it means that their votes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 would go to the Christian Democrats. So that's pretty simple. Much better than the current situation, where you just put a 1 in the political grouping of your choice, but then you just adopt the grouping that your number 1 choice has registered with the AEC. Pretty complicated system. And so people who were voting 1 for the sex party didn't actually realise that their effective preferences were going to the Christian Democrats, and vice versa. And that's because quite frankly, 98% of Australians didn't understand when you voted one above the line, you actually adopted the registered card of your chosen political choosee, and you had no idea where it went. Under this system, the people of Australia will actually decide who they want as number two. And maybe people from the Christian Democrats do want the Sex Party as their number two choice. I doubt it, but maybe they do. But now they have the option of voting. 1 for the Christian Democrats, 2 for the Sex Party, 3 for the Marijuana League or whatever. But it's their choice. If that's the way they wanted to go, that's it. So it's a pretty simple bill. The addition that arose out of the committee hearing a couple of weeks ago, the committee looked at this all and recommended to the government that they should go one step further, which was back to what was proposed by the all-party committee unanimously just 2 years ago, go back to that, which meant that as well as doing above the line on a 1 to 6, you could go below the line 1 to 12 optional preferential. So that means if in Queensland people want to vote for me, number 1, but they like Senator Moore, so they don't want to give their second votes to another one of my political party, but they want to vote for Senator Moore because they think she hasn't done a bad job. So they can vote under the line. All they've got to do is fill in 12 squares. They can put me 1, Senator Moore 2, whoever they like, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Their vote will be valid. And then they choose who they want, not the LNP in that case, or not the Australian Labor Party in Senator Moore's case. The people themselves choose it. So what's so bad about that? How outrageous is that? I mean, it is such a good idea that the respected Labor Senator John Faulkner sat on the original committee and was part of the unanimous recommendation that this new approach be adopted. Not only was Senator John Faulkner there, but as well as that, so was Senator Tillham and Mr Gary Gray, who we know understands these things. Gary Gray was the National Secretary of the Labor Party at an election a few years ago, and so he understands implicitly the voting system. And yet Mr Gary Gray, a Labor Member of Parliament, was one of those who joined with Senator Faulkner and unanimously supported the approach to bring in this new regime that the bill before us is now. Now, Mr Chairman, you don't need to be very clever to work that out. Pretty simple bill, pretty simple on how it works. 1 to 6 above the line, 1 to 12 below the line, if you like, and the people of Australia then make their own choice. And if you get a quota, you're elected to the parliament because that's what the people of Australia actually want. Now, I understand a bit of good detective work by some of my colleagues that the submission that the ALP put to that first inquiry, this is the organisational ALP, they actually made a submission to the original inquiry which asked for just what we're doing now. That's what they asked for. And I'm told that the president of the ALP at the time was none other than Senator McAllister, who curiously replaced Senator John Faulkner when he retired. So Senator McAllister was president of the ALP, and serendipity indeed. She was president of the ALP. She signed off, or had her team sign off, perhaps it was then Mr Dastiari, perhaps signed off, a submission to this inquiry saying, this is what you've got to do. You've got to have optional preferential above the line and optional preferential below the line. That's what we want. That's what we, the Australian Labor Party, want. So, naturally enough, when it came before the committee unanimously, and certainly the 3 or 4 Labor members on that original committee, they all thought, well, we think it's a good idea, but not only do we think it's a good idea, but the organisational ALP in their submission, they also thought it was a good idea. They asked the committee to do it. So the committee did it, unanimously. All the 8 Labor people supporting it and everyone else. And yet here we are a couple of years later, and it seems that no longer do the Labor Party support it. So you can't understand why. Nobody's given us a serious explanation. As I say, with respect to my good friend Senator Collins, she's waffled for 8 minutes and then couldn't even finish her 15 minutes and left away. So it is an important piece of legislation. It's a piece of legislation that should be passed, and what's more, it's a piece of legislation that the Australian public want us to pass. I challenge any senator in this chamber to go back to the aftermath of the last federal election. There was palpable anger around Australia, not from political parties, across the board, that the people of Australia could not understand how their vote could be hijacked by a mathematical gaming of the then preference system, where a lot of the minor parties cross-preferenced, and I said you have the very odd situation of parties of the extreme left end up supporting parties of the extreme right and vice versa. And nobody can understand how Australia could get into that situation. And yet this bill before us today is very, very simple. It makes it easy to understand. It says to the voter, you pick who you want in the Senate. Don't allow the backroom boys to do it. And I mentioned before, but I'll mention it again, because people listening to this may not understand, but Mr Bob Katter was the member for Kennedy. He used to be a member of the National Party, but he left the National Party in a huff at one stage and became an independent. But he was saying to his supporters, look, I'm preferencing the Liberal National Party, so, you know, I still have my basic philosophy, it's just that I don't like the party. But, you know, if you vote for me, your second preference will go back to the Liberal National Party anyhow, because many of the people in his electorate are people who prefer our side of politics to the Labor side. And, but Mr Katter in the Senate had registered a card, as all the parties did. Very few people saw them. I had a look at them, but I'd be one of the few in Australia that did. But when you had a look at Mr Katter's card, he actually preferenced the Australian Labor Party before the Liberal National Party. And although he was denying around the state that he was supporting Labor, no, my preferences are going to the Liberals and Nationals. But you have a look at the registered card he had that most of the people who voted for his team in the Senate would not have looked at. But if you did have a look at it, you'd see effectively that, with respect to you, Mr Chairman, got the preferences of the Katter Party before the Liberal National Party. And yet, as those of us who follow politics know, that's a seat where a lot of the people who support Mr Katter, because he's an old friend and I think he's a nice guy, pretty ineffective but a nice guy, so they vote for him but expect that if they vote for him his preferences will go back to where they really belong, and that's the LNP. But you look at the card and, sorry, Mr Katter's card didn't say that. So this is the sort of thing that this legislation will stamp out. If the people want to vote for Mr Katter and give a second preference to Labor, that's fine, but they do it themselves. They don't vote one for Katter thinking that his preferences will come to the Liberal National Party. They will in the future be able to actually exercise their vote. And so many people in the Senate vote in Kennedy will now be able to say, if they want to vote for Mr Katter, one for Mr Katter's Senate team, but two for the Liberal National Party or wherever they want to go. But it will be their choice. Now, how can anyone object to this? How can you argue against it? I know Senator Faulkner couldn't argue against it. In fact, he was one of the main protagonists of the proposal. I know Mr Gary Gray can't argue against it because, again, he was one of the architects of this piece of legislation. And I just hope that perhaps Senator Moore or Senator Collins, if she comes back, may be able to explain to us the change of heart. Why was it 2 years ago you thought this was a great idea? Senator Faulkner thought it was a great idea. Mr Gary Gray thought it was a great idea. All senior respected members of the Labor Party, they all thought it was a good idea. The people of Australia thought it was a good idea. But suddenly, for a reason which has not been explained, and I will wait anxiously to hear the explanation, for reasons that have yet to be explained, suddenly the ALP have done a complete blackfip. Now, I can only think that it's Senator Conroy and Senator Carr, the big backroom dealers, have suddenly worked out there's a way they can rort, and I use that in a political sense, rort the system and give themselves a political advantage. And they're keener to do that and leave in place this broken system than allowing this legislation to go through and give the people of Australia the right to make their determination of who they want to elect to the Senate. And I can't think for the like of me how anyone can seriously argue against that. I'll be listening very intently to future Labor speakers to have the explanation, and the explanation of why it was that some of your most senior, some of your most respected members of this parliament were totally in favour of this bill 2 years ago, but suddenly Labor's not. Now, as I said before today, Mr Chairman, this has been fully debated. 23 hours now in this chamber, 23 hours in this chamber, and if you haven't been able to make your point in 23 hours, Senator Collins, I don't know what another 23 hours is going to allow you to do, because we've had this debate. We've had 2 full committee hearings. We've investigated it uphill and down dale. Everybody knows what it's about. Everybody knows that it's what's needed for real democracy in Australia and for Australians to be given the right for them to select who they want in the Senate.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take just this moment briefly to respond to part of what Senator McDonald says before I go back to the more significant issues that we were addressing. I took advantage, I must admit. I should inform those watching the Senate of a moment to address some matters outside the chamber, as I had noted Senator Cormann had done the same. Observers of this process might like to understand that there aren't regular breaks, there aren't meal breaks and the like, so we do the best that we can under those circumstances. Was certainly not an indication that I had, I think Senator Fifield was suggesting that I'd run out of material. Oh no, there's an enormous amount of material that needs to be addressed, but at this stage I should, well, Senator Cormann talks about the quality. Actually, sorry, Senator Cormann, you took a brief break. I was hoping that you took that opportunity to reflect that it was fairly early in the stage and that you were doing exactly what you claimed you didn't do, which was starting to interject and starting to get a bit narky. Now, I was a bit concerned that, well, it's now 10 to 8 in what is going to be a fairly lengthy process, that maybe a bit of oxygen and maybe some sustenance or a bathroom break, that you might return to what you hoped to be, which was listening and responding. And this is where I think it's timely now to at least do a brief rehash of what you haven't responded to. Now, when I had countless of people, well, Chair, now we have Senator McDonald. I mean, earlier than that we had Senator Fifield and we had another one. I don't know what they're doing in their party room out there, whether they're having a few drinks or whatever it is, but coming in here and the perpetual interjections is not going to help the process. So, Chair, I would appreciate if you would discourage Senator McDonald from his perpetual interjections. Generally, as he indicated, we do get along relatively Well, not always in a committee sense, but Senator McDonald wasn't here when we were addressing the issues around the return to order. And when I was going through what limited material Minister Cormann had provided, I had some specific questions that he failed to respond to. And so those questions were the areas that I highlighted. They were the dot point about— Chair, I can't even hear myself.
Order. I remind senators that senators have the right to be heard in silence, and interjections are unparliamentary. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I asked some explanation as to why we couldn't be provided with the material around the legislative change challenges that were referred to in the minutes of the Executive Strategy meeting, and I asked for an explanation for why on earth the AEC would be taking on an action item to identify areas of JSCM response that they shouldn't be consulted on. This is just bizarre. Now, I don't know if the minister's had an opportunity to be briefed on why such strange material was in here. But, and the other question I asked was for more adequate information around the funding issues confronting the AEC. So I alerted the Minister of the media commentary that arose out of the limited material he provided in the return to order, and the concerns about cuts to the AEC being deferred, but some accountability around what funds have actually been allocated to these specific proposed measures. This is what's really limiting the response that we're getting, and the heckling that's starting to occur is just really going to slow down this process, Minister, because if you're not answering, and if you think by bullying and badgering that that's the way to move things along, well, it's just not going to work. So I would add to that before we get anywhere near the amendments, adequate information around a range of issues is required. More information than just that one-liner in your first reading speech about "we will make available more resources." I'll get further to questions around, and I've already preempted this earlier, but around, well, what actual modelling did occur. I've already raised Senator Rhiannon's question that we've had no answer to, which was her concerns about what policy considerations went into issues around penalties. So there's an example of the policy rationale issues that still haven't been addressed. The policy rationale, I think I highlighted the process of osmosis that seemed to occur in the committee's report over them being happy that government seems to be satisfied with the issues that had previously concerned JSCM over the use of logos, and they were issues of copyright and other matters, as I recall. Now, you know, I can revisit my questions twice if I have to, but since you're bringing in your coalition colleagues and saying, "Where are your questions? Where are your questions?" I thought it was timely for me to go back and go through the questions that have already been put before you and haven't been responded to. They haven't been addressed. So far, all we have had was that very brief, probably about 5-minute component where you strayed away from your key lines about Labor luminaries and actually went through some of the measures in this bill. But you have not adequately responded to one of the general questions that has been asked at this stage. Instead, you've retreated into the sort of behaviour you said that you don't undertake. Well, seriously, Minister, it is time now for you to actually answer questions that have been put.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, in her opening contribution, Senator Collins raised a series of issues where she said she would ask some further questions, and the issue of party logos and copyright fell into that category. She didn't ask a specific question. She said that she would ask questions in relation to this at a later stage, so I was still looking forward to that question. But I'm happy to address it nevertheless. In relation to the issue of AEC resourcing, I've directly answered that question. The government will be providing additional resources for the AEC, as I've previously announced. The AEC will be sufficiently funded to implement these reforms, to conduct an appropriately comprehensive education campaign to ensure the public understands these changes in the run-up to the next election, to ensure that the public understands that these reforms empower them to direct where they want their preferences to go, instead of having the political parties direct them through insufficiently transparent group voting ticket arrangements. I've also indicated to the Senate very openly that, as the Electoral Commissioner had indicated at the public JSCAM hearing into this bill, that because the IEC uses external providers for a range of their services, and in particular in the context of conducting education campaigns and the like, that specific information about the extent of that funding will not be made public at this point, though you will of course be able to ask these questions about how much has been spent after the relevant campaigns have taken place. Now, to just put this into context, and Senator Wong, who has joined us for this debate, would well understand this, there are in a series of departments and agencies what are called demand-driven programs. Now, the Electoral Commission has got responsibilities under the Constitution and under relevant legislation to conduct elections. Elections are fairly and squarely a demand-driven program, and they are always funded appropriately and adequately to conduct elections that need to take place. And indeed, when a by-election had to take place for the WA Senate, and we've got Senator Linda Reynolds in the chamber with us, who was a candidate who had to stand for election not once but twice, including at a Senate by-election in WA, which I don't believe has ever happened in the history of the Commonwealth the way it had to happen on this occasion. The IEC got, in the ordinary course of events, a relevant supplementation to ensure adequate funding was available for that purpose. That is the way that always operates, and that is the way it would operate on this occasion. Now, it's also important to note that the Electoral Commission, in the lead up to every and any election, will provide a level of public education in order to ensure that people across Australia are aware that they must vote. We've got compulsory voting in Australia, that encouraging people to enrol to vote, that people have to vote if they're enrolled to vote, to advertise the date of the election and various other matters, to inform people on how to cast a formal vote and the like. And I guess in the lead up to this election, subject to what the Senate decides in the context of this bill, if this bill were to pass, the Electoral Commission will receive adequate resources again for the purposes of these sorts of campaigns, and of course on this occasion their public education campaigns will include a very strong and particular focus on the public education required to ensure people understand these reforms. Now, Senator Collins asked about the issue of party logos and copyright related matters. The issue of party logos is of course addressed in Part 3 of Schedule 1 of this bill. The bill addresses the copyright issue in two ways. First, in relation to the application process as set out in Item 63. The logo cannot be the logo of another person or nearly resemble the logo of another person. Second, the use of the logo by the IEC is also protected from breach of copyright as outlined in Clause 91 of the bill. Accordingly, the government has addressed fully the potential copyright issue that was identified by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. The IEC has also advised that it has already commenced work on the possible requirements for the logos to appear on ballot papers. A proposed new section 126 2AA allows for the logos to be set out in black and to appear on the register of political parties. The IEC requirements will be that the logo is submitted in a specified electronic format. It will need to be a vector graphic so that it can be printed on both Senate and House of Reps ballot papers. There will be a minimum and maximum frame size. All text will need to be converted to outline. These technical requirements will enable both parties to lodge their logos with the IEC and for electors to be able to recognise them on a ballot paper, and this will help to avoid voter confusion between parties of similar names. Now, Senator Collins also asked in relation to penalties that she wondered whether should apply where information provided by political parties was different to the information provided to voters on Senate ballot papers. And let me say very clearly in relation to this that the government's view is that the electoral, and indeed the advice that we have, is that the Electoral Act already provides that political parties are not allowed to mislead or deceive voters into casting an informal vote. That prohibition will continue. The government is of the opinion that the penalties currently listed in Section 329 of the Electoral Act relating to the distribution of misleading material are sufficient and act as a significant deterrent to any such behaviour. Beyond that important safeguard to protect voters from any advice which could mislead them into casting an informal vote, we do not propose to ask the Electoral Commission to become the regulator of the how-to-vote cards issued by political parties at election time. In the lead-up to the next election, the IEC will conduct a comprehensive education campaign to clearly explain the options available to voters when voting for the Senate. Specifically, the campaign will explain to voters that they will now be able to direct their preferences when voting either above the line or below the line. It will detail clearly that the way to vote above the line for the Senate is by numbering at least 6 boxes in order of the voter's choice, with the number 1 representing their highest choice, with similar instructions to number 1 to 12 below the line as a result of government amendments that the government will be moving during this committee stage of this on debate of this bill. It is also worth noting that the ballot paper will explicitly direct voters to number at least 1 to 6 above the line or 1 to 12 below the line. Taken together, the existing penalties for the distribution of misleading and deceptive material and the education campaign that will be conducted by the IEC in the lead-up to the next election means that these amendments are not that any suggestion that there should be additional penalties introduced as part of this legislation are not necessary.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologise, Minister. I might not have been. I was a bit distracted. Can you just remind us when that campaign will commence? So the campaign, the AEC campaign that you just gave an answer about, I just missed the start date for that.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And no, Senator Wong, you didn't miss the start date of that because obviously we're not going to have an education campaign in relation to legislation that hasn't yet passed the Senate. Obviously, the first thing comes first. If the Senate decides to support our legislation, then what the AEC has advised us is that the AEC would require about 3 months between passage of the legislation and implementation of the legislation at an election. About 3 months is the advice that they've given me. Well, were you in the conversation that I had with the AEC? The AEC has told me about 3 months. And of course, I can't predict if or when the Senate will pass this legislation. I'm hopeful that the Senate will pass this legislation sometime between now and Easter, but who knows? Once the legislation is passed, the Electoral Commission will then take all of the necessary steps to ensure that the Australian voting public is appropriately informed and educated about the changes and the benefit of these changes to them, the way these changes empower voters to direct where their preferences go and who they ultimately elect to the Senate. And we're very confident that the AEC will do a very good job in relation to this, and certainly the government will ensure the AEC is adequately resourced for that purpose.
Senator Wong.
Thank you very much. Well, that doesn't actually allay our concerns, and in fact the Minister in that contribution really failed to deal with the primary question, which is how long after the assent will the campaign actually commence. He gave a sort of, well, we don't know when the bill's going to be passed. Well, he does. He does know that we can't leave this place until this bill is passed. I'd like to understand when the AEC will be able to commence subsequent to assent, so he doesn't have to give me the date. How about he says how many days subsequent to the bill being passed through the parliament before there can be an explanation? Well, I'll take the interjection from Senator McDonald. He said 3 months. I didn't understand that to mean that it would be 3 months before an education campaign could start. If that's the government's position, maybe they should explain that. Voters won't even be told about this for 3 months. So that can't possibly be the government's position. But you never know with Senator McDonald. Maybe that's what he really believes. But I do want to make this point about why such a campaign is so important and why I am deeply concerned, and many senators in this place are deeply concerned about voter understanding of the changes that are being rammed through in this dirty deal the government has done with the Australian Greens, a dirty and unprincipled deal that is all about improving the position of the parties to the deal, but ensuring that they pull up the drawbridge to any of those who might come after them. And that, of course, is this. These are the largest changes to the electoral system for the Senate in 3 decades. And one would have thought that rather than trying to rush this through in time for a double dissolution, the government might have actually Senator McDonald, it's going to be a very long night if you just keep interjecting the whole time. It's Senator McDonald. You know, you really are an adornment to this place, aren't you? We can always rely on you to continue to talk, continue to interject. I'm always impressed that you assist in extending the time for debate, even if it's not in your government's interest to do so. But you do, and we often welcome it. We often welcome it. I suspect some of your colleagues don't welcome it as you contribute to the debate because you can't. Senator McCormack says they love his contributions. We know that that may not, in fact, be true, but at least he's being courteous. If I can return to this point, these are, I think, undeniably the largest reforms in decades, some 3 decades, and we also, and that is why there should have been a different process. The reason there has not been a sensible process, and the reason that the Australian Greens, who one loses count of the amount of times they've come in here and lectured the parliament about transparency, about scrutiny, about proper process. Well, all of that went out the window when it came to this, didn't it? All of that went out the window when it came to this, and Senator Rhiannon saw a bit of an opportunity to try and improve her position and whoever the candidate on the other side of the ticket will be. All of that went out the window. Leaving aside that, though, that the reason why a good process would have been important in this is I actually do think that voting reform should first, there should be the widest possible partisan support for it. It should not be about partisan advantage. It should have the widest possible partisan support, and there is not. The alternative government does not support the legislation before the chamber. That is the first point, and we've outlined why. But the second point is this is about the functioning of Australia's democracy, and it seems to me that voters ought be given the time, ought understand very clearly what these changes mean. We know that the overwhelming majorities, at 96% or thereabouts, vote above the line. Now, before we even get to informality, that's a whole different issue. As the minister himself has, I think, acknowledged in an early contribution, they will, they will, if they can vote above the line, but of course that will be their only vote. And one of the things that has not got sufficient attention in this debate is exhausted votes. And it might be interesting tonight. Perhaps I should have left the contribution for exhausted votes for sort of 2 or 3 a.m. and we could have had a bit of a discussion about that. But this is a genuine issue of concern because, of course, as you know, we currently have a system for the Senate, a system that's been in place for many years, whereby your vote, it is essentially in a compulsory preferential system, your vote continues to be in play, your vote, all formal votes essentially stay in play. The vast majority of them elect a senator or ultimately go to the 7th and unsuccessful candidate in the race. The challenge with and the difficulty with optional preferential voting of the sort that has been agreed with as between the Greens and the government, is that it does mean that you are going to see a high number of exhausted votes. That is, votes which essentially exit the count once their preferences run out. Now, this is not some esoteric point. This is an important point about sort of the questions of democracy and the questions of what is a fair voting system that arise in this bill. I want to place on record, as I have a number of times, I acknowledge that this legislation, I acknowledge that the current Senate voting system is not perfect. I don't think anybody has come before the JSCEM, before the chamber, suggesting that everything is perfect. But in the government's desire and the Greens' desire to gain electoral advantage out of this, behind the smokescreen of democracy, what I would respectfully submit to the chamber is that they're actually creating another problem. And I do want to refer to a couple of a paper and a couple of public remarks by two political scientists, I think, which were reported this week. I have to say I can't recall the date, and who deal with this issue that I am describing, which is the problem of exhausted votes. And that is a vote where somebody goes one above the line and then essentially their vote exits the system. Now, Senator Rhiannon, Senator Cormann might say, oh well, bad luck. Well, that's actually not the way the voting system currently works. And in the desire to do something about a genuine issue, and I acknowledge that preference arrangements have, on occasion, not all the time, but on occasion yielded outcomes that were not foreseen by voters, that they are creating, the Greens and the government are creating another problem. So I just draw the Senate's attention to the contribution of Mr. I'm not sure if he's Professor or Assistant Professor Economou, who made the point that exhausted votes would become an issue at federal elections if voters continue to vote one above the ticket of their choice. Now, his modelling, which worked on the assumption of single primary vote, he said, well, what you're likely to see is exhausted votes in each state of anywhere between 14 and 20%. So let's understand what this contribution to the public debate shows. It does make an assumption that most people continue doing what they've been doing for the last 30 years. And this is why the campaign issue, the AEC campaign issue, is important. But if you assume that most voters are going to continue, or many voters will continue to do what they've been doing for 3 decades, which is the one above the line, the consequence of that is a very large increase in exhausted votes. And under the modelling that Dr Economou has published, he says if you look at the results of the last election and we applied the new rules, you'd be looking at exhausted votes in each state of between 14 and 20%. Now, I, for one, actually don't think that's very democratic. I for one, don't think that's very democratic. What it says is between 14 and 20% of voters risk having their votes essentially go nowhere. And let us understand that's partly the point. That's actually the point of what the government and the Greens are doing, because those pesky votes, they don't want them if they're not corralled for the major parties or the Greens. Now, I disagree with many of the positions that a number of crossbench senators hold. Senator Day and I, we probably both love South Australia, but there'd be most other issues we will disagree on. But he does reflect the voting intentions of a set of South Australians. And I don't think it's a democratic thing to have a voting system which risks between 14 and 20% of votes, in fact, exiting the system and not staying in play. So I think the difficulty is when you combine the rushed way in which this legislation is being pushed through the parliament with, and therefore a concomitant absence or a truncated campaign, education campaign for voters, and the likelihood, therefore, that people's voting patterns and voting habits will continue, together with the provisions of the bill, you're likely to see more exhausted votes, 14 and 20% of votes essentially not counting. I actually don't think that is democratic, and I think that that is a real problem that the government has refused or has failed to really countenance. So in terms of what I'd like to hear from the Minister, I'd really like him to respond to this issue of the extent of the number of the proportion of exhausted votes that the government anticipates. Did they consider it? Did they get advice from the AEC about those matters? Did they consider how many votes are likely to become exhausted or be exhausted in this system? How does the government consider that to be an issue in terms of the efficacy and democracy of the voting system? And that is why, and those questions really are germane to the first question I asked, which goes to the campaign, because one of the primary problems here is that the government's urge to get this through, to ensure it can have a double dissolution in the time frame it wants, and that's what's happening. The Greens are giving the keys to Mr Turnbull for a double dissolution. It means there is much less time for these amendments, these changes, largest changes in 30 years, to be properly debated in the community and properly understood. I think most voters, I mean, I think that we in this place are probably pretty focused on things like on the detail of this bill and pretty focused on what it means. But most voters, this has not been a discussion in which they've been engaged. And I've, as Senator Cormann no doubt has, I've scrutineered on counts in booths, not when I was a candidate. just making that clear. We know there are a great deal of. I haven't got the informal vote figures in front of me. There are a lot of people who do find. Who do vote informal, who do make mistakes on their ballot paper, and we're imposing a system where a consequence of a continuation of an existing voting habit risks the vote essentially being exhausted, and I think that that is disenfranchising for voters. So I say to the government, I'd like to understand, the Labor Party would like to understand, how long after, what is the time frame after this legislation being given royal assent for the AEC to commence conducting a campaign? What will it involve? How extensive will it be? How will you deal with non-English speaking background voters, given we know the levels of informality in those communities are much higher? Did the government consider the extent of exhausted votes that this system would impose? Have they done any modelling of which they can share with us? Do they have any concerns about the disenfranchisement of voters that the sort of increase that Dr Economou is describing in exhausted votes imposes? Because obviously that is a much greater number, a much greater proportion than has previously been the case. And as I said, it really is an example of why this ought not have been so rushed through, and why there ought to have been a much better process for this legislation.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, let me again reject the assertion that the government is rushing this through. This reform proposal has been the subject of very lengthy and comprehensive consideration by the expert committee of the Parliament, the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. Let me address the two principal issues that Senator Wong has raised before I get to the questions on the campaign, and that is the assertion that there would be an increase in informal votes as a result of this, and the issue of potentially exhausted votes. There's absolutely no reason why there should be an increase in informal votes as a result of the reforms that we're putting forward. Don't take my word for it. It is none other than the Labor spokesperson for electoral matters at the time that completely discredited Labor assertions.
Minister, resume your seat. Point of order.
I was referring to exhausted votes, not informal. Oh, well, that's fine. If you're going to get there, that's good.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to sort of say again what I said in my opening sentence, there were two principal issues that Senator Wong raised, the issue of, or the assertion that there would be increased levels of informality, and the second issue, the issue of exhausted votes, and I'll address both. Let me say again, there's absolutely no reason why there should be an increase in informal votes when voting for the Senate under this legislation. And it was none other than the Labour spokesperson for electoral matters at the time that comprehensively discredited assertions by Senator Dastyari that these reforms would lead to 800,000 additional informal votes, because, as Mr. Gray pointed out, Senator Dastyari clearly had not read the legislation. He had not understood that our proposal was not only to provide guidance to the voter when voting above the line to number at least 6 boxes above the line, but that we also included a very generous savings provision, which means that any ballot which fills in at least 1 above the line will indeed be considered formal. In relation to voting below the line, what we are doing with the amended legislation, if it is supported by the Senate, we're actually making it much easier for people to vote below the line compared to current arrangements. I mean, right now you have to fill in every single box. Now there's a savings provision which says that if 90% of the ballot paper is ordered is accurate, and you don't have more than 3 errors in sequence, then the ballot will still be considered formal. But essentially the requirement right now under the current system is that you have to number every box in order of your preference. What we are proposing to do here is much less cumbersome. We are proposing to say to the Australian voter, if you want to vote below the line for individual candidates, all you need to do is number boxes 1 to 12, and there is a generous savings provision where if you number the boxes in order of your preference from 1 to 6, your vote will still be formal. And let me say that even under the current system, contrary to what people might think, the level of informality from people voting below the line is actually extremely low. I was surprised myself when I sought that advice from the Australian Electoral Commission. At the last election, about 481,000 Australians voted for the Senate below the line. Less than 2% of that vote was informal. Less than 2%. I mean, which I find is, if you compare that to your average House of Representatives election, I mean, given the complexity of voting for the Senate below the line at present, I would have thought that's pretty good. Now, Senator Wong then talks about the issue of exhaustion, and she makes the point that for the last 30 years people have voted 1 above the line, and if they keep doing what they were doing, then we're going to have all these exhausted votes. Well, let me make a couple of points here. Firstly, right now, people have no choice but to only vote 1 above the line. They're not allowed to vote more than 1 above the line. As soon as you vote 1 above the line, you lose control of your vote. As soon as you vote 1 above the line, you lose control of your vote to political parties who then trade and direct those preferences to other parties, not according to the voters' preferences, but to the preferences and the strategic and tactical interests of that political party. And it gets so ridiculous that not only can they trade and direct these preferences after the voter votes 1 above the line to one set of political parties, they can direct them in 3 different directions. And I mean, all of these different group voting tickets are registered on the Electoral Commission website, and a voter can go and consult what group voting tickets people put, register with the Electoral Commission. But how can any normal voter actually figure out what ultimately happens to their preference when voting for a particular party 1 above the line? So, but to suggest that somehow, when you're to compare a circumstance where right now you have no choice but to vote 1 above the line if you vote above the line, which 97% of voters did at the last election, and to then sort of extrapolate that into a situation where well, now that voters are actually allowed to number every box above the line, are encouraged to vote at least 1 to 6 above the line, but with generous savings provision, to sort of say that, well, as a matter of course, we can translate the circumstance at the last election where you didn't have any choice to vote but 1 above the line, and to sort of overlay the system now to the result of the last election is completely erroneous. It is flawed logic. You can't draw the conclusion that voters at the next election will do exactly as they did at the last election, when clearly now they have a choice and a power over their votes and their preference that they didn't have before. You can't make that comparison. Now, and then, I mean, exhaustion of a vote is not actually a bad thing per se. And Senator Wong sort of says, "Oh, right," as if I'm saying some terrible thing. Let me put it to you. Let me put it to you this way: it is preferable. I mean, it is actually up to the individual voter to determine whether they issue a preference, how many preferences they issue. They will be provided an instruction that to vote for the Senate above the line, vote at least 1 to 6. But we can't force, and we shouldn't force, voters to preference every single party putting themselves forward in the Senate. I mean, if Senator Edwards doesn't want to vote for the Sex Party in South Australia, he shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to. And if Senator Edwards wants to vote 1 Liberal, as I'm sure he will, 2 National, as I'm sure he will, 3, I don't know, Family First, as he might, and if he wants to vote for other parties that coincide with his views, maybe not as much as the Liberal Party, but still relatively closely aligned to his views, then of course he should be entitled to do that, and he will be entitled to do that under our legislation. But he should not be forced to express a preference and to keep going down the line expressing a preference for parties to whose views he, quite frankly, objects. And let me put it this way. It is preferable for a vote to exhaust because the voter has made an active choice and an active decision not to preference beyond a certain number of parties than to have the situation under the current system where a person's vote might ultimately end up with a party they never intended to vote for and that they do not support and that they would not want to represent them here in the Senate. So if you've got 2 alternatives, the opportunity for a voter to make a democratic choice that they are entitled to make, who they vote for at number 1, who they preference, how many parties they want to preference when voting above the line, how many parties not to preference when voting above the line. That is an entirely legitimate democratic choice for an Australian voter to make at an election, and it is 100% preferable to have a vote exhaust in that circumstance than to have that vote go to a political party that the voter never ever intended to support, but with whom their vote might ultimately end up because of non-transparent group voting ticket arrangements. That is the reason why we are putting forward our proposal that is in front of the Senate now, and that is why we believe it is significantly superior to what is currently in place. Now, in relation to the campaign, we agree with Senator Wong, and we agree with those who say there needs to be adequate education campaigns, there needs to be adequate information to voters across Australia on how they are now going to be able to direct their preferences according to their wishes instead of having their preferences traded away by political party backroom operators, by political party backroom operators, by political party backroom preferences manipulators. We do need to explain to people that they now will have the power to determine not only where their number 1 vote above the line goes in the Senate, but also where their subsequent preferences go when voting above the line in the Senate. And the judgments on how that is done and when that is done in practice is entirely a matter for the independent statutory agency, which is the Australian Electoral Commission. I'm not going to micromanage the way the Australian Electoral Commission deploys its considerable expertise in this area. What we have said is that they will be adequately resourced. What the Electoral Commission has said to us, that they need 3 months between passage of the legislation and implementation of the legislation at an election. That is advice that the government has taken on board. That is advice that the government will be acting on. But beyond that, I mean, if Senator Wong, as part of the strategy to drag this debate out for as long as we can, is going to go into all sorts of micromanagement issues, well, I doubt that Senator Wong, when she was the Minister for Finance, with responsibility as part of her broader portfolio for electoral policy matters, I'd be very surprised if Senator Wong got herself involved in the specific conduct of Electoral Commission campaigns in the lead-up to an election. I'd be very, very surprised.
Senator, that an extraordinary contribution? Wasn't that an extraordinary contribution? You know, we can't, you know, we biggest voting reforms in 30 years, but it's micromanagement for the government to actually tell the Senate when they might actually start telling voters about it. Well, I remember you waiting for legislation before you spent millions advertising your failed university reforms. You know, tell me why you're advertising. What is this thing? The ideas boom. You know, that's an important advertising campaign, isn't it? Oh, it's never been a never been a more exciting time to be an Australian. That's pretty important. Or how about the failed Dr. Karl campaign on the IGR? That went well too, didn't it? And then there's the China FTA campaign, which magically, you know, didn't target exporters or business people or firms. It magically targeted, guess who their target audience was? Every Australian above 18. Oh, I wonder if that's just every voter. I mean, what a disingenuous contribution to dismiss the question about an advertising campaign, an education campaign is, oh, well, we don't micromanage. We're very happy to micromanage university, an ad campaign about your failed university reforms. You're very happy to run a campaign with taxpayers' money on a tax white paper that you shelved. Very happy to use taxpayers' money to fund an advertising campaign on your ideas boom, magically using some of the words that the Prime Minister himself loves to utter. You know, never been a more exciting time to be an Australian. And very happy to run a failed campaign on the intergenerational report, but not happy to come in here and tell the Senate when you will start explaining to Australians what these reforms mean. Minister, I've got a very simple question. What's the difference? What's the difference between all the campaigns I've just spoken about and the one you won't tell us about?
Minister.
Thank you very much. I say it again very slowly. Senator Wong clearly didn't listen to a word I said before. The Australian Electoral Commission is an independent statutory agency, and the Electoral Commission, under legislation passed by this parliament, has got independent responsibilities. What we've done as a government, what we've said as a government, the commitment that we've made, is that the independent statutory agency, with responsibilities under our Constitution and the Commonwealth Electoral Act to conduct federal elections, will be adequately resourced to ensure that, among other things, the Australian people are properly informed about the great improvement to Senate voting arrangements the Senate has passed, if indeed it will pass it.
Senator Wong.
They're at the independent statutory. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Rhiannon. I think.
Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Again, we are seeing Senator Wong mislead the Senate. First off, to start off, I'll come to the issue about exhausted votes, but she's making up this issue as being rushed. It's Labor that's dragging the chain on this. Let's remember that in the Labor-Greens agreement in 2010, one of the aspects, one of the key points in that was that there should be Senate voting reform. It was discussed, and that was part of the agreement. No, it's not
Senator
desperation.
Wong.
It's
Senator
not desperation.
Senator Rhiannon has the call.
You're embarrassed. You're embarrassed that you have just flipped over. You've airbrushed Gary Gray out of history. The current minister, Special Minister for State, Brendan O'Connor, hasn't commented.
On my left, Senator Rhiannon has the call.
Your own leader has said that it won't be repealed, that he'll see how it goes, he'll see what the effect of it is. At the moment, it looks like Labor is being run by a little cabal out of the Senate. It's not a good look for Labor. But let's get on. Let's get on to some of the key issues. Happy to take your interjections. Let's get on to this key issue about exhausted votes, because that's one of the major scare tactics that we've seen come in the second reading speeches, particularly from Senator Conroy, Senator Wong, but from many others. And it is worth looking at closely, because when you listen to them, they come out with these numbers, sometimes very large numbers, haven't substantiated or said where the numbers come from. So it is worth looking into. Senator Conroy, when he spoke about 25% of the vote will be exhausted. 3.4 million Australians will have their votes stranded. Very dramatic as Senator Conroy can be, even though it's the sort of thing that's not picked up on Hansard, but it's worth sharing with people who will read at a later stage. When Senator Conroy, Senator Dastiari so often finishes these dramatic speeches, they have a wink, they put their thumbs up, they have a bit of a laugh. They know they've been extreme, they know that they are over the top, they know they're exaggerating, they know they're misleading the House, and they have a bit of a joke about it. But this is serious. Labor has just gone too far this time, and the exhausted vote issue illustrates the depth of the deception. So let's look into what's going on here. So Senator Conroy, when we were at the inquiry, this was one of his questions to Anthony Green. Do you think a fairer system is one that sees 80% of votes exhaust? Clearly an implication being there that that is one of the things that will happen here. Now, I acknowledge today, and I've just given the figures, he's now dropped that down to 25%, but still, Senator Conroy, Senator Wong, they're not giving the details of how they arrive at those figures. It's useful to go to some of the evidence that was presented to the inquiry in a very considered way from Kevin Bonham, because when you read it, you really do read some of the evidence before the inquiry, you come to the conclusion that the exhausted vote argument is greatly exaggerated. Kevin Bonham, in his evidence to JSEM, demonstrated that many voters who vote for a micro-party actually then preference a major party. Anyone who votes for the Coalition, Labor or the Greens will not be exhausting their vote, and any voter who votes for a smaller party and preferences one of these larger parties is unlikely to be exhausting their vote. In addition, anyone who votes for a party other than the larger parties mentioned, and that party wins a Senate seat or is a runner-up in the battle for the last seat, will not be exhausting their vote. The ballot paper will be instructing voters to number at least 1 to 6. Most voters will follow the instructions, particularly as how to vote cards will show that too. Now, I know that Senator Wong is saying that's highly unlikely because of the situation that it's a changeover from the previous system. We know there will be an education system. We know the AEC is very effective at doing this, and I'll also come to the experience in the ACT. So again, we've heard a great deal of talk from Labor. One of their favourite words in this debate is about being hypocrisy. This is where Labor are being hypocrites. So let's actually go. So I will read some of the information from Dr. Kevin Bonham's submission to JSEM. And this is where he deals with that the bill will disenfranchise about 23% of Australians who vote for parties other than Labor, Coalition or Greens in the Senate. So that's essentially Labor's argument. So let's look at what he says. This claim rests on the completely false belief that a person who prefers one other party to Labor, the Coalition or the Greens, will also generally prefer different minor parties to the big three. In an article published on my website, I analysed sample preference flows from micro-parties when the candidates were excluded from House of Representatives counts. In cases where a micro-party candidate was excluded from the count, I found that between 33% and 71% of preferences, varying by micro-party, flowed directly to one of the big three, even when there was still at least one other micro-party in the count. Obviously, not every micro-party can be represented in any given state. The House of Representatives' preferences show that once voters are making a choice involving the big three is always in inverted commas, the big three parties and any given micro-party, their support for the latter is nothing like as strong as the 23% support for all non-big three parties combined. A vote for a given micro-party is not a vote for any micro-party, come what may, and therefore the idea of measuring the proportionality of support for micros by the proportion of seats they win collectively is a furphy. I mean, that's very clear, absolutely. Logical. Thank you very much. I take that interjection from my colleague, because that's the essence. Logical, working through, giving the evidence. Now again, what it shows is that the key objection of Labor, and remember they've had many objections along the way, where they've landed is this issue around exhausted votes. because they're now actually saying, oh yes, we can see the system's not perfect. I mean, how many times, and you know, Senator Wong, because I've sat with you and heard you say and nod your head when Senator Conroy will go into his rave about how terrible the proposal is that we are now considering. And what would he say? He would say to us, I will not have anything to do with it because it will lock the coalition into controlling the Senate forever and a day. I mean, that's been the argument. But now you've realised you've had to modify it, you've landed on this issue around exhausted votes, and now that has been exposed. And again, I think we have to remember it's just always worth reminding, this is coming from a few senators here. Gary Gray, airbrushed from history, removed from his job. March the 2nd it was. Who comes in? Brendan O'Connor. Now, maybe he has commented on it. I couldn't find any comment where he has come in and added his voice to the biggest electoral issue going on at the moment. How extraordinary. Special Minister for State, nothing to say. If he has said something, please inject it into this discussion. What's also relevant to this discussion is some comments that Mr Anthony Green gave also when we had the inquiry. And this is when, again, in response to a question from Senator Conroy, again about exhausted votes. And Anthony Green states, I will point out a different ballot paper, which is the ACT Legislative Assembly ballot paper. It is something similar to what will be on the Senate ballot paper. It says, number 7 boxes from 1 to 7 in the order of your choice. You may then go on and number from 8 onwards. They only get about 2% exhausted votes, with less than 7 preferences. So a ballot paper that says number up to that, and then Mr Conroy interjects again. But my key point is there that Mr Anthony Green has shared with us some very useful information about an electoral system that is actually similar to what we are proposing for the Senate.
On my left, senators on my left.
So again, what the evidence, very useful evidence, given to the inquiry from Mr Anthony Green and Professor Bonham has again demolished.
Senators on my left.
Absolutely demolished.
And Senator Edwards.
Absolutely demolished. The last argument, and at this point Senator Conroy just walked out the door, the last argument that Labor have in justifying—
Senator Urquhart, Senator Wong, you have a point of order?
I do have a point of order. I mean, having a go at senators for leaving to go and eat something is really pretty poor form, Senator Rhiannon.
Senator Wong, that's no point of order. Senator Urquhart. Senator Rhiannon, sorry.
So what we have here, the clear evidence from Mr Anthony Green and Professor Bonham has demolished, solidly demolished, the last argument that the Labor have in why they are not supporting this legislation. Because their big winning point has been the supposed exhausted vote, that there would be this 23% or 25%, or when Senator Conroy is in full flight, 80% of votes will be exhausted. Now that's been demolished. We get a solid education program from the AEC, we'll have clear instructions on the ballot paper, we have the example from the ACT, and we can have a very democratic electoral system with that very simple change to allow the voters to determine their preferences. And remember, that's what Labor's fighting against. How extraordinary. That's where this is at. That's what they're fighting about. So let's get into the issues before us. At the moment, for those listening, what's going on is Labor using every attempt to just avoid getting into the main issues that we should be dealing with in the committee stage. I mean, there's been barely any solid points that you have raised at all.
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. Senator Wong.
Thank you. Well, I am going to respond to some of those falsehoods. First, what's going on is Labor's, well, I think the senator is actually having a go at the opposition for actually asking questions in committee. And I remember when the Greens used to think that was a good idea. I remember when the Greens used to talk about transparency and process. They'd never vote for a gag under Senators Milne and I think Brown. They said we had to have this as a proper chamber of review. Well, those were the days. And now when we come in here and ask questions about educating voters about these changes, Senator Rhiannon says that's such a dreadful thing. It's a dreadful undemocratic thing for the Labor Party to be asking the government, when are you actually going to get up the education campaign to tell voters how this works? All of a sudden, Senator Rhiannon says, "Oh, that's a bad thing." Well, Senator Rhiannon, I'm not as Stalinist as you. I actually think people should have be given the example.
Senator Wong, point of order. Senator Sims.
Can Senator Wong refrain from insulting members of the parliament? Thank you.
Senator Wong, you're referring to the Stalinist reference?
Got a point of order on the left.
Have you got a point of order? What is your point of order? Oh, sorry, Senator Pollock.
I just need some clarity of what the point of order was.
Senator Sims, can you clarify what your point of order was?
Senator Wong refrain from making personal reflections on senators and withdraw the negative inference against Senator Rhiannon.
Phrase for Stalinist. I don't know what her personal politics actually. I was making a point about democracy and actually ensuring that instead of a group in here, a cabal in here making decisions that they just impose on everybody, it's probably a good idea if the millions of Australians who don't follow every word that the Senate debates and every aspect of every bill are actually given the opportunity to understand the largest changes in the voting system in 30 years. Now, if the Senator Rhiannon thinks that's wasting time, well, it says something about her politics and her priorities. Now, I'm also going to make this point about Senator Rhiannon. She accused me of misleading. Well, she'd better get up and correct, because she says, let me see where this is. She says, "Oh, we've been arguing about this for years. It was in the Labor-Greens agreement." Let's be very clear what was in the agreement. You didn't mention this. I'm quoting, "The parties note that Senator Brown will reintroduce as a private bill the Commonwealth Electoral Above-the-Line Voting Amendment Bill, and the ALP will consider the bill and work with the Greens to reach reforms satisfactory to both parties." So we never made a commitment that we agreed with them, but that little bit of context happened to be left out. I'll make that point. The second thing is, and I have to say it was kind of amusing to have Senator Rhiannon lecture us all about it being a bit rich for this to be run by a Senate cabal. Well, the Greens would know a bit about a Senate cabal, wouldn't they? They'd know a fair bit about that. And in fact, the cabal, which is Senators Rhiannon, Senator Di Natale, have imposed this on the party room. And you might all come in here and say how great it is, but we know the division in your party room and the concern about this, and the concern about the way you, Senator Rhiannon, have pressed this through, because I remember how desperate you were to get this through, because it's about your seat and New South Wales and poor old South Australia, and the failure by you as a negotiator, to consider a double dissolution. And now the Greens, some of them are getting angry at the trade union movement, who have the temerity to actually say, "Oi, you're giving the keys to Malcolm Turnbull for a double dissolution." Well, maybe you should have thought of that before. The Senator Rhiannon also was talking about the merits of this bill, I'll come to the exhausted votes point in a moment. But I do want to reprise the fact that Senator Rhiannon, who talks so much about people not getting enough votes. How did you start your political career, Senator Rhiannon? How many votes?
Senator Wong, I'll remind you to make your remarks through
you, Madam Chair, acting Chair,
to the chair,
to the chair. I don't mind which preposition we use. It's going to be a long night. Well, let's remember what Senator Rhiannon's initial vote for the New South Wales Parliament was 2.9%. 2.6. Was it? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was an interjection. Well, under 3. Shall we agree with under 3? Now she comes in here to give us a lecture about how people like that should not have the chance to be elected. Well, you want to talk about hypocrisy? I think we've seen a fair bit tonight. Senator Rhiannon also asked, it's quite interesting, I'm answering more questions than Senator Cormann, but I'm going to come back to him. She also asked, where are the source of the 3.3 million voters, that this was some made-up thing? The Australian Electoral Commission. That's the source of the 3.3 million votes that we've calculated. First preference votes, 2013 federal election, ex-WA, plus the 24 Western Australian re-election. The next point I'd make is she asserted that somehow exhausted votes is a new argument. That's not true. That's not true. In fact, I've said it before on radio, and I am referencing a study, which I'm going to get my staff to bring in. Oh, here it is. That was, I think, only— oh, there you go. It was only released on Tuesday, so I guess I couldn't have quoted on it before. But it is possible to actually have a number of arguments and have them all be legitimate, Senator Rhiannon. Finally, I would just make this point. The Greens political party want us to believe that this is a matter of high principle. I don't believe it is. I think it is a matter of them seeing the merit of a set of changes for them as a political party. And I would make the point that, as I did in my second reading speech, I do actually think Labor is likely to get more senators out of this. I do. But we all make assumptions. We all make assumptions. But I think we actually have to look at what is the national interest. What is the national interest, and what is a democratic system? And I have said on a number of occasions, Senator Sims, I know you're feeling wounded by today, but
Senator
really
Wong,
you don't need to continue to interject.
Address your remarks to the chair.
I'm happy to address you because I like talking to you, as you know, but he keeps interjecting, so I have to respond. So what do you want me to do, Chair?
Ignore the interjections,
well, maybe
including
you stop
those from those on my left.
I have actually. I've lost my train of thought now. My point was about the Australian Greens and political benefit. As I said, I do think it's quite likely that Labor will get more senators than it would out of this system and under the existing system. But we ought not be driven by political advantage, as Senator Rhiannon is. We ought to understand what a system will mean, and we ought to think through the various ways in which democratic objectives can be balanced. I have said on a number of occasions, and I say so again, I agree that there are issues with the current preferencing arrangements and the preference whisperer phenomenon that we have seen. But I don't share Senator Cormann's view, which is essentially a view that first past the post. That's essentially what he's saying. His argument equally applies to a first past the post system. I think the Senate has served the nation well in being a House which has a compulsory preferential system where we get a range of different views. I think it is undeniable that these changes make it almost impossible for there to be any new entrants. And regardless of what my views might be about some new entrants or some independents, I don't think that is necessarily a good thing for democracy. Now, I want to come back to Senator Cormann, because he didn't answer my question. I asked him about advertising. I asked him about advertising, and he waved me away, saying, "Oh well, there are and the advertising, of course, to you, Chair, is the education campaign about the largest changes in 30 years." I think it is a legitimate question. I know Senator Rhiannon and the Greens suddenly don't think it's an important thing to educate voters, but we actually think it is important. I asked him questions about that education campaign. I'm dismissed with, well, first, we don't know when this will be passed. So I said, OK, well, why don't we leave that, shall we, and say how many weeks after royal assent. Second, he says they're an independent statutory agency, and then, some diatribe. Well, I again would point this out. This government has spent millions and millions of dollars on advertising. They seem to be very happy to spend $37 million promoting the intergenerational report. No legislation there. They spent a great deal of money talking about the competition policy review, including printing copies of the report and promotional banners. They've wasted millions of dollars, a couple of million dollars on the dumped tax white paper. Hasn't that been fantastic? Oh, that's been a great process, hasn't it? Oh, we're going to have a green paper, we're going to have a white paper. I don't know if we're not going to have any paper. Actually, we don't know if we've got any tax policy at all. So we haven't got anything to advertise because we actually don't know what we're doing. But we have anyway $2 million on the tax white paper. That's this minister. This minister told us in Senate estimates was definitely happening. It was going to happen. All of a sudden, it's been airbrushed out. So they're very. And then, of course, as I said, in addition to this, I don't recall them waiting for university reforms to be passed before we all were subjected to those advertisements. I don't recall the China FTA actually coming into force before they decided every Australian over 18, who just happens to be the same number of people who vote, were subjected to advertising about the benefits of the free trade agreement. You're pretty happy to throw around taxpayers' money when it comes to a whole range of political advertising. I think you should be upfront with the Senate about how you are going to ensure Australians understand the changes that are being imposed on them through this system and how you will ensure that people do have the choice. Because the thing I was observing when Senator Cormann was saying, well, people have the choice, people have the choice, I thought it's and I appreciate this is a fundamental philosophical difference between Labor and the Liberal Party. They think individual choice is the answer to everything. It's the answer to everything. You know, well, if you're poor, you know, you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You just work hard enough. You can just choose. You can just choose to get a job or not to get a job, and etc. etc. Well, you know, we know people vote informal for many reasons. Literacy amongst them. We know that 97%, 96% of people vote above the line and have done so for the last 3 decades. Now, to simply say, oh, they can just choose, and fail to understand that voter habit has therefore an effect on how this system operates, I think, is really an ideological position rather than a practical position. So I'd ask the minister, how are you going to actually ensure that people understand what the largest changes in voting in 3 decades mean?
Thank you, Senator Wong. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just before getting back to the issue of advertising again, let me just spell out again very slowly why the argument that Senator Wong has been advancing on how somehow 3.3 million people who voted for minor parties at the last election will now, as a matter of course, have their votes exhausted. That is a completely false and misleading and deceptive assertion. And I tell you why, Senator Conroy, because under our current system, any voter voting above the line for the Senate has no choice but to only fill in one box above the line. 100% of voters voting in the Senate above the line, 100% of voters voting for the Senate above the line can only vote one way, and that is to put in a number 1 in that box below or above the party of their choice and do nothing else. As soon as they do that, they lose control of their preferences. These preferences are directed by backroom operators and political party manipulators for the best interests of these parties, but not according to the wishes and the intent, not according to the deliberate wishes and intent of voters. Voters right now, after they put in that number 1 in that box above the line, immediately lose control of their preferences to group voting ticket arrangements where these preferences are directed sometimes in 3 different directions. Our proposal is for that to change. Under our proposal, an Australian voter voting for the Australian Greens or the Liberal Party or the Labor Party or the Australian Motoring Enthusiast Party or the Palmer United Party or the Sex Party or the Let's Grow Marijuana Party or Let's Do This and That Party, I mean, that voter now will not be forced to just vote 1 above the line. That voter will now be able to vote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can now number every single box above the line. They can determine what happens to their preferences. It won't be Senator Conroy who determines what happens to Labor Party preferences. It'll be the voter who puts the 1
in the box next to the Labor Party spot on the Senate ballot paper. And if the person voting for the Labor Party in Victoria wants to put a 2 in the Liberal Party box, they'll be able to do that, irrespective of what Senator Conroy might have done. And incidentally, in the Joint Standing Committee hearing inquiry, Senator Conroy proved our point that the current system is non-transparent and doesn't give the voters the power they should have to direct their own preferences. At some point, questioning the federal director of the Liberal Party, this is what Senator Conroy said in a bit of like Mr. Nutt, there's only really 10 people around Australia who understand the science and the maths of preferencing. There's only really 10 people. Like, isn't it funny? Like, this is sort of like a boys' club little thing where only a few of us really know how the science and the maths and the secret black arts of preference whispering goes. And I mean, which actually proved the point on why we need the reforms that we're putting forward here. There shouldn't just be 10 people around Australia, as Senator Conroy said, who understand what happens to preferences. Every single Australian voter should have control, not just of their primary vote, they should have control of their preferences. Now, I say again what I said to Senator Wong before. It is preferable, if that is a voter's choice, it is preferable for their vote to exhaust than for it to be directed by a political party to somebody that voter did not intend to elect. It is up to the voter to determine how many preferences they want to issue above the line. The guidance on the ballot paper will be to vote above the line at least number 6 boxes from 1 to 6 in order of your preference. The voter is entitled to fill in as many boxes as they like. And indeed, if they only fill in 1 box, their vote will still be valid. But for Senator Wong and Senator Conroy and others to make this extrapolation, because there were 3.3 million people that voted 1 above the line for a minor party, 100% of those voters at the last election under the current system would have exhausted, is false, because Senator Conroy and Senator Wong don't know what choices voters may have made at the last election if they had had the choice to issue preferences above the line, a choice they didn't have at the last election. So the comparison and the analogy and the extrapolation that you're seeking to make is completely false, misleading and deceptive, and it doesn't add to the debate, and it doesn't do you any credibility at all when you bring this sort of fallacious argument up. Now, let me just touch on advertising, campaign advertising. If Senator Wong wants to start a debate on campaign advertising, she will lose, because the Labor Party has a disastrous record when it comes to this. I mean, I well remember when I was sitting on that side of the chamber, when the Gillard Labor government, well, actually the Rudd and then the Gillard Labor government committed $38.5 million to advertise a new tax, which ended up costing the budget money. So here was the Labor Party coming up with a minerals, well, initially the resource super profits tax, which was meant to raise $12 billion. Big fallout, Prime Minister loses his job, new Prime Minister, negotiation behind closed doors with the 3 chief executives of the 3 biggest miners, new deal, $38.5 million worth of advertising for a tax that didn't raise any money, that ended up costing the budget money, because the Labor government at the time spent all the money they thought it would raise and more, but they advertised how it was going to raise all this money, it was going to do all these wonderful things. And let me just remind you of another thing. So if you want to have a conversation about campaign advertising, in Senate estimates in May 2014, the Secretary of the Finance Department provided evidence that he was directed by the former Labor government during the caretaker period to conduct political advertising in relation to political advertising in relation to that was when Labor was trying to create the impression that somehow they were committed to protect our borders. Remember that? Like after 50,000 illegal arrivals to Australia, after all of these boats that had arrived in Australia illegally, after all these drownings, in the middle of an election campaign, Labor thought they needed to create the impression that they were actually going to do something about it, so they ran a campaign in contravention of the caretaker conventions. And let me also just say that in the first 2 financial years for which we have data in terms of how much has actually been spent under this government, each one of those years our expenditure on public campaigns was well below that in any and every single year of the Labor government. So if you want to start running a conversation of campaign advertising, bring it on. Now, I have already answered the substantive question that Senator Wong put forward. Yes, there will be a public education campaign to explain to voters the benefits for them from the reforms that we have passed through the Senate, if the Senate passes them. Of course there will be a public education campaign to explain how these reforms will help empower Australian voters to determine what happens to their preferences when voting above the line and below the line. Of course there will be a public education campaign explaining how this reform will ensure that the next Senate election and future Senate election results will reflect the will of the Australian people, of course. But as I've already indicated, the Electoral Commission will be adequately resourced. This is a matter where they receive resourcing in the lead-up to any election for the purposes of conducting the election, for the purposes of running relevant education campaigns. On this occasion, there will be an education campaign in relation to these specific reforms. We will not be disclosing the specific amount that will be allocated to it because, as the Electoral Commission has indicated on the public record already, there is a commercial in confidence component to this. There is a commercial interest component to this, and that is because the Electoral Commission will be contracting with external providers in relation to aspects of that campaign. And quite frankly, we're not going to undermine the commercial position of the Commonwealth by putting out into the public domain on how much we have allocated for that purpose. Now, after the event, we will, of course, be, as a government, accountable, as we should be and as we must be, to how much was spent and for what purpose. And as is usually the case, Senate estimates will no doubt probe the government on how that money was spent and how effective it was. And I'm sure that after the next election, in the ordinary course of events, the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters will review the conduct of the next election and after reviewing the conduct of the next election, we'll make recommendations on how either the system has worked really well or how the system can be further improved at the edges. And the government at that time will, as we always do, consider very carefully any findings and recommendations from that committee. But in the meantime, we are very confident. We're very confident that the Electoral Commission has got everything they need in order to be able to implement these reforms in a timely and efficient and effective manner, as long as we provide them with 3 months between the passage of this legislation and implementation at an election. And of course that is absolutely the intention of the government, to ensure that the Electoral Commission does have that time, and the Electoral Commission has the expertise and the wherewithal to run an effective, well-targeted and appropriate education campaign to ensure that people across Australia well understand the great benefits that flow from these reforms to them and how these reforms empower them to direct what happens to their vote.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Conroy.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to join the festivities, and I would like to find out who in this chamber knows what a green preference feeder party is. And Senator Rhiannon, I expect you to have your hand up, because I'd like to talk about the New South Wales elections back in 1999. You're going to love this. Okay, you're going to be clapping by the time I'm finished, because Senator Rhiannon ran for the first time for the New South Wales Parliament. And let's talk about how many votes that she got back in 1999. She got 2.53%. 2.53% of the vote. But you might ask, well, how on earth did she get elected with such a pitifully full, some might say disgraceful, Senator Muir, disgracefully low vote? Well, let me find out who knows. Has anyone ever heard of the Young Australians Caring for Our Future party? Come on, Senator Rhiannon, put up your hands. We know what we know.
Conroy, I'd just remind you to address your comments.
I accept your admonishment. My apologies. So, Senator Rhiannon, I'm sure, would like to put up a hand to say she knows all about the Young Australians Caring for Our Future party. But it wasn't just that Green feeder party that popped up in the New South Wales 1999 state election. We had another party, and it was called the Euthanasia Referendum Party. They miraculously formed just before this election as well. And guess who they preferenced to? Oh my goodness, Senator Rhiannon. Would you like to tell us, through you, Mr. Acting Deputy President, would Senator Rhiannon like to tell the Senate who the Euthanasia Referendum Party preferenced, or the Young Australians Caring for Our Future party preference? That's right, they preferenced Senator Rhiannon. And you may think that was enough to get her elected. No, she needed more feeder parties that popped up. Wait, there is more. The Responsible Drug Reform Party popped up. The Responsible Drug Reform Party. And guess who they preferenced to? Oh my goodness. Yes, it was Senator Rhiannon. And the Make Billionaires Pay More Tax Party. The Make Billionaires Pay More Tax Party. And guess who they preferenced? Guess who they preferenced? Oh my goodness, it'll come as a great shock to everybody in the chamber. They preference Senator Rhiannon. So when Senator Rhiannon comes in here and she attacks Ricky Muir and Senator Muir, and she attacks that preference whisperer, Glenn Drury, well, when you're going to do that, you've got to come in here with clean hands. I can actually say I've never set up a feeder party to get myself elected. I haven't set up a feeder party, but I am looking at a list of parties here that popped up. No, I've never set up a party. So what you have here is a Green senator that is so desperate to protect themselves at the next election, they're prepared to introduce a voting rort. And I admire Senator Cormann. I admire Senator Cormann. I think it's unfair of the South Australian Liberals to put you at number 6 when there are only 5. When there are only 5 current senators. I mean, I really think it's rude of them to put you at number 6. They put an X in number 5 just to put you number 6.
Senator Conroy, address your comments through the
But
chair.
my apologies. I've been provoked, sorely provoked, sorely provoked. But Senator Cormann, with a straight face, says, "Oh, who knows how the Australian public are going to vote? Who knows? Oh my goodness, who knows?" The hypocrisy of that statement matches the hypocrisy of those at that end of the chamber, your federal secretary, and even some people who may have been associated with thinking this proposal up. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to name names here, but you could be close to the mark. But so, I've watched it happen. People put their hands on the heart and say, "I don't know what the result of this ballot's going to be. I just don't know." But Anthony Green spilled the beans. Yeah. He spilled the beans. The one useful thing that happened at that farce of a committee was that that Mr. Anthony Green pointed out that the impact of first past the post voting for the Senate, when you only had to put one in the box, which is exactly what you only have to do in this case, was 80% of above-the-line votes exhausted. 80. That's exactly what he said. That is exactly what he said. 80%. See, I was actually there. I was actually there in the committee. I was given a grand total of 3 minutes, I think, per witness to ask questions. But 5, was it? Thank you, Senator Collins. I was being too mean on myself. I was given 5 minutes to ask questions. I did have to share it, but I was very grateful for the assistance. So Anthony Green bailed the cat of what this really is about. 80% of 3.4 million Australians, if they follow the same processes as the New South Wales election above the line, 80% exhaust. And that's the scam going on here today. That's the scam going on because you couldn't get them. You were entitled to a seat and you couldn't get a seat because they wouldn't give you their preferences. Oh, the thing that I find the most disgraceful is that the black wiggle down the end thinks he's entitled to a seat. He's run so many times for so many things, and he's lost every time, because guess what? No one wanted to give him a preference. Okay, perhaps if you'd strutted the catwalk, in those fancy pants of yours.
Senator Conroy.
I apologise.
You know what I'm going to say.
Perhaps if Senator Di Natale had strutted his stuff in those fancy pants from the photo shoot, yeah, that's the one, those fancy pants. Perhaps if he'd strutted the catwalk in those, he might have got more votes.
Senator Conroy, Senator Ludlam, point of order.
Point of order. Could we, through you, Madam Acting Deputy President, could we ask Senator Conroy to direct this incoherent rant to the question that's actually before the chair?
Senator Ludlam, that is no point of order. But Senator Conroy, I would remind you to address your comments to the chair.
I
be very careful with your use of
I am
props.
being provoked. I forswear them, but I am being heavily provoked from all corners of the chamber. Heavily provoked. So Senator Di Natale and the Greens couldn't get enough preferences. So what did they decide to do? Disenfranchise 3.4 million Australians. That's the only way you can get elected. It's a sorry state of affairs. A sorry state of affairs. Ran a couple of times, couldn't get enough preferences. Steve Fielding got elected before you, for goodness sake. Steve Fielding, and my goodness, Senator Di Natale objected to that. Oh my goodness. They're entitled to a position in every state. That's the Greens' position. And we don't care if 3.4 million Australians get disenfranchised and get nobody representing them in this chamber. As I said earlier, I don't think we'd see Senator Muir in a pair of pants like that, but given the hipster look he's currently, anything is possible. But I don't have a problem with probably the most normal Australian in this chamber getting elected, and that's Senator Muir. I said this earlier. Probably the most normal Australian to be elected. And that's being very unkind to the other 75 of us. That's unkind to the other 75 of us. Okay? But I don't have a problem that somebody that wasn't aspiring to get elected to the Senate, like Senator Di Natale, has so desperately clawed and fought and scratched to get here, just so he could do the photo shoot of his life. What a pair of pants they were. Other people like the skivvy. I love the pants. Seriously. What a sense of entitlement.
Senator Conroy, please address to the chair, and also some degree of relevance would be useful for the chamber.
It is entirely relevant. The motivation behind why the Greens have signed up to this piece of legislation, this voting rort, is to get their own bums on the seats. Now, I'm hoping we won't have I'm hoping we're not going to have a repeat of the earlier discussions, but this is about 12 Green bums on red leather. That's all this debate is about. Senator Rhiannon knows that she might not get elected in the next New South Wales state Senate election. She watched what happened to the 2013 Green candidate and they missed out. So she decided, I'm not going to take that chance. I don't care that I'm going to attack those dirty backroom pop-up party preference deals, the ones that she herself has been at the centre of. She wrote them up on a whiteboard once to describe the Green feeder parties. Wrote them on a whiteboard. Okay? So Senator Rhiannon, back then no one had cameras back then on their phones, otherwise we would have one. But Senator Rhiannon comes to this debate with the dirtiest hands in the chamber. The dirtiest hands in the chamber, because that's what the Greens got up to. And then tragically, other people wouldn't preference the Greens. Wouldn't preference the Greens. Boo-hoo. So, boo-hoo. So you've got quotas. Well, we'll see what happens after the double D. After you have facilitated the double D to wipe out the crossbenchers, guess what's going to happen? I'm not scared of a double D. I'm scared for the people of Australia of the consequences. I am scared for the people of Australia because Senator Di Natale, who is rudely interjecting on me and trying to make me address him, Madam Acting Deputy President, and I am resisting. Okay, but Senator Di Natale,
Senator Conroy, Senator Di Natale and the Minister, I've indulged a little bit of debate across the chamber. However, I think a three-way debate is not very helpful. Senator Conroy, you have the call.
Thank you. And so Senator Di Natale, who has missed out on preferences before, has consigned his own party to losing senators in the coming double D. But what I'm afraid of from the interjection from Senator Di Natale, it's not about facing a double D. I'm afraid for the consequences for the Australian public. And they're two. The first is 3 million plus who don't want to vote for you, Senator Di Natale, through you, Madam Acting Deputy Chair, don't want to vote for you. You're going to lock out of getting any representation here. I think that is a disgraceful voting rort. But most importantly, your system, as has been admitted now by anybody who understands this system, is ultimately going to hand control, a blocking majority, or worse, an affirmative majority to the coalition. And you will never pass, when they get 38 votes, the Greens will never get an environmental piece of legislation through this parliament without, and they're already champing at the bit and cheering over there. I'm being harassed again from across the chamber. They are already champing at the prospect of this. They know that they will be able to block every single piece of environmental legislation into the future. You will be able to pass legislation that they approve of. You will never get an environmental bill through. We will never get a social justice bill through, an equality bill. And I noted in the clips today the Greens are rushing out policies. They're trying to cover for the disgraceful conduct here. They've got a new suggestion about a new taxation regime. Well, Senator Di Natale and the Greens, I say this to you through you, Madam Acting Deputy Chair, you have no chance of any tax proposal in history getting passed because of what you're doing in this chamber tonight. You will give that coalition government on the other side of the bench there, you will give them a blocking majority ultimately. Not necessarily straight away, because I suspect Senator Xenophon is probably going to have a few senators, maybe even as many as you by the time the election's finished. Senator Xenophon will have a swag of senators that will actually put him in a position, and no surprise there why he's voting for this bill. He knows he can count. He must be the only person in the chamber who can count, because he knows exactly how many senators he's going to pick up in South Australia, but no one else knows. So what you will see is the Conservative forces in this chamber are being given the keys to the kingdom. They're being given the keys to the gold vault, because they will never have to compromise again in this chamber. And when they get 36 or 37 or 38 over a couple of elections, as they build towards the magic number, 38, a blocking majority, you will have to look at yourself, your supporters. The Greens will have to do that, Madam Acting Deputy Chair. They will have to look at that, and they will have to get down and apologise to the people of Australia for the atrocity they are committing. Senator Xenophon, welcome to the debate. You're very popular in the chamber tonight, but the fact that Senator Rhiannon, yes, I did, just a minute ago. Yeah, no, he's the reason being 4, 5 or 6 doesn't matter for you, let me tell you. So you can pretend you're not 6, but it won't matter. But Senator Rhiannon comes to this debate with the dirtiest hands. I want to know, Senator Rhiannon, what you know about those parties that I have described. I want to know, I want you to put your hand on your heart and say, I had nothing to do with those pop-up parties. Come on, you've got a chance in a few minutes. I had nothing to do with those pop-up parties. Because if she stands up and says that, then I'm going to be taking a few points of order.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. That was all very interesting, but of course, we are now another couple of hours down this debate. We've now debated this bill since the message was received for about 23 hours, I believe. I think a bit more. So why don't I start moving the first set of government amendments? As I flagged to the Chamber on the 2nd of March, and as I flagged again today, the government is moving a series of amendments to give effect to the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters inquiry into this bill, which reported on the 1st of March. The amendments that I'm about to move to the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Bill reflect the consideration of this bill, indeed, by that committee. In particular, several submissions to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters advocated the need for further amendments to the provisions relating to below-the-line voting. In particular, that committee recommended that the government introduce a system of partial, optional, preferential voting below the line that instructs voters to mark a minimum of 12 preferences with related savings provisions, that any ballot with at least 6 boxes numbered sequentially starting at 1 is to be considered formal. In addressing the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, these proposed amendments provide for partial, optional, preferential voting below the line on Senate ballot papers. The amendments propose to instruct voters to consecutively number at least 12 boxes, commencing at 1 and sequentially numbering after that below the line, or numbering all boxes below the line where there are fewer than 12 candidates. The amendments also include a savings provision, as we have provided for voting above the line. And in relation to voting below the line, there will be where there is a minimum number of 6 squares marked sequentially from 1 to 6, the vote will be considered formal. I seek leave to move all of the government amendments on sheet JP 109 together from 1 to 9.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted?
Move Amendment 1.
Okay. Okay.
I want to return.
The amendment be agreed to.
Thank you. I want to return to the question that I haven't had an answer on.
Well, there's a few of those.
Oh, but I would like to understand when the education campaign, advertising campaign will commence. How long after assent? That's the first thing. And the second is I want to come back to the issue of the exhaustion rate. And I think I asked earlier, but I haven't had an answer still, whether the government had done any assessment of the exhaustion rate. Now, the Senator Cormann, I think, answered it by giving a sort of lengthy discussion about choice. I was looking at the Joint Standing Committee Hansard from the 1st of, well, there was only half-day hearing, so it has to be from the 1st of March, where Mr Green, who's been quoted a few times, said 83% of ballot papers had only a single one above the line when he was asked about the New South Wales system and the experience of the New South Wales system. He's asked about the exhaustion rate, which was 84.8, and he says, and 83%, the last election, 83% of ballot papers had only a single one above the line. Now, that would mean that essentially you've got a first-past-the-post system for 83% of the vote. Well, it is 83% of ballot papers had only a single one above the line. Well, yes, I am extrapolating to the federal. Yeah, oh my goodness, isn't that a dreadful thing to do, that you might think that how people vote in a state might also demonstrate how they might vote federally. I mean, we can't. Yeah, you're right. Federally, currently it's more. 96 to 97% above vote one above the line. A useful assessment, and we're all looking into the future, but a useful assessment of the extent to which an optional preferential system results in people maintaining that habit of going one above the line is the New South Wales system, which and the evidence before JSCAM is 83% of ballot papers had only a single one above the line. Now that accords with the report that I quoted, which was an ABC News report reporting comments by Nick Economou, Monash University's Nick Economou, where he said that he believed, or his assessment was, that voters, who had been voting above the line at rates about 90% or more since the system was introduced in the 1980s, he said, well, the new rules are likely to increase the number of exhausted votes. If we looked at the results of the last election, we applied the new rules, you'd be looking at exhausted votes in each state of anywhere between 14 and 20%. Interestingly, the figures that I've just quoted from the New South Wales system are in the same window. So that would suggest that's probably about right. Well, what that essentially means is a great many voters would essentially have their votes exhausted under the system that the government's proposing. So I do want to know, what did you do, what analysis was done on exhausted votes, and if I can finally have an answer on the campaign, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I have answered the question on exhausted votes extensively, and let me just also reference again. Let me also reference again what the Electoral Commission said in evidence to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, and that is that you can't predict voter behaviour. That is specifically and explicitly what the Electoral Commission said. You can't actually predict how voters will respond and what choices they will make at the next election. That is, of course, entirely a matter for them. It is not possible to model how that will happen. That is something that we will have to observe after the event, and I'm sure the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters will exactly do that. Now, I am, though, referencing a tweet by Kevin Bonham in relation to the contribution that Senator Wong has just made to this debate. And what Kevin Bonham said, and he's of course an expert in these matters, and he of course takes a great interest in this from the great state of Tasmania, and this is what he's saying. And I'm quoting him, Senator Wong thinks a voting system where votes exhaust is not democratic. Her own party installed such systems in New South Wales and Queensland. Her own party installed such systems in New South Wales and Queensland. So, I mean, the truth is it's not only Gary Gray, it is not only Jenny George, it is not only George Wright, it is not only Peter Beattie who has come out today supporting Gary Gray. It is actually Labor, when in government, who introduces exactly the sort of system that we're proposing on this occasion. Now, in relation to the education campaign, I have answered that question ad nauseum. There will be an education campaign. It will be conducted by the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission will be adequately resourced for that purpose. The Electoral Commission has told us that in order to be able to provide the adequate education and information about the benefits of this reform to the Australian people, and to make certain other changes to their systems and the like, to implement these reforms at an election, they need 3 months, about 3 months between the passage of this legislation and the implementation of an election, and of course that is something that the government will comply with. Now, when exactly the campaign will start, it depends on a whole range of things, including on the timing of the election, which is of course something that has not yet been determined. So I understand why Senator Wong is holding on to this as an issue that can get a half an hour or 45 minutes of time chewed up, because Labor has got a bit of a target on how long they want this debate to go, so they've got to keep the debate going. So I understand why she's holding on to this, but I've actually answered that question very directly, and there's nothing further to add.
Senator Di Natale.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I wasn't going to make a major contribution to this debate at this stage, although I did want to thank Senator Conroy for his contribution and for arguing so eloquently in favour of these reforms. Let's just talk through some of the arguments that Senator Conroy used. He in fact referred to the 1999 infamous tablecloth ballot election where there were 81 parties running, and he described the process of feeder parties being organised in a way to distribute preferences. Now, of course, utterly reject that the Greens were in any way implicated in that, but he's absolutely right. That was the genesis of these reforms. We know that there were 81 parties in that election. We know that Glenn Drury was involved. We know that many of those feeder parties were directing their votes and their preferences to other entities. That's exactly why we need the reform. I mean, he's absolutely right. That 1999 election was outrageous, and it is, in fact, the reason we need this reform, so we can stop those feeder parties from being set up and established with the express purpose of basically feeding votes to other entities that people don't vote for, and often who hold completely contradictory policy positions. So I want to thank Senator Conroy for highlighting the 1999 election and for highlighting the reason that we do need this reform, because that tablecloth ballot makes the argument better than we could possibly make it. And again, Senator Conroy makes a very cogent argument for why we do need these reforms. He then goes on to say that this is about bums on seats for the Greens, and in the same speech, he then talks about how we're going to lose South Australian senators. And again, I just don't know how this can be, on the one hand, about self-interest and on the other hand, about losing senators. Those just two things don't add up. Totally incoherent. Also incoherent when you consider that he says that as a result of us not being able to get preferences, we want to abolish a system that is designed for people to be able to harvest preferences. If the issue was, and I think he made a reference to the campaigns that I was involved in, it says, well, you were unable to get preferences and now you want to change the system. But hang on, I want to change the system so that we can't harvest preferences and have people being elected on the back of these secret preference deals. I mean, again, he's making the argument as to why we need to reform the system. The incoherence goes on and on. On one hand, we're too close to the Liberal Party, and on the other hand, Senator Rhiannon being criticised for being far left. Again, which one is it? The debate has become so irrational that we're having contradictory points of view being expressed within the same tirade. Look, without wanting to go on much further, he talks about the notion of these reforms delivering a Conservative Senate. I'd just make this point. If these reforms were implemented in 2010 and we'd had them over the last two elections, we would still have a carbon price. We would still have a carbon price. We would have a Senate that was more progressive, that would have fought to retain a carbon price. We wouldn't have TPVs for people seeking refuge and asylum in this country, because that's what people voted for. Unfortunately, the voting system produced an outcome that was much more unpredictable and inconsistent with the wishes of voters. But under the previous, under this set of rules, in the last two elections, we would actually have a more progressive Senate. We would now have a carbon price. Why would the Labor Party be arguing against a set of reforms that would have allowed us to retain the carbon price? Now, the other argument is this may lead to a double dissolution. This reform may lead to a double dissolution. Why is the Labor Party running so scared from an election? This becomes show a bit of courage. Show a bit of courage. Stand up to the opposition. Stand up to them. Show a bit of courage. Otherwise, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It becomes like the young child who's hitting their head against a brick wall and says, "But mummy, it hurts. Mummy, it hurts. I'm hitting my head against a brick wall."
Order. Order.
It's like the little child who's banging their head against a brick wall saying, "Mummy, mummy, it hurts." Well, stop doing it. Stand up. Show a bit of courage. Stop running away from an election. Because if you don't stand up and fight, you will in fact deliver government to the coalition. The time to fight and to stand up and show a bit of courage and be a real opposition is now. It's right now. Thank you.
Order. I remind the chamber that interjections are disorderly. The senator is entitled to be heard in silence.
So, look, without wanting to continue on much further, what we've got is a set of democratic reforms that ultimately put power back in the hands of voters. They take the power away from us, the politicians, from the backroom operators who wield their power and influence through these deals, and effectively that is their currency in this chamber. We take that away from them, we give it back to voters. The question of exhaustion has also been something that's been raised. Well, we know that ultimately it becomes a question for voters as to how they distribute their preferences. If a voter wants to allocate preferences to a number of smaller parties and then decides to allocate a preference to one of the bigger parties, that is their choice. And in the end, what is a democracy about if it's not about giving voters the choice of who they elect? You see, I believe in democracy. I believe in the Australian people. I believe in the Australian people to make the right decision. And one of the great things about a democracy is whatever the outcome of an election, The people have always got it right. I have a lot of faith in people, unlike those opposite who want to continue to have a set of rules that are rigged instead of those rules which are designed to keep power within that small clique who love exercising and wielding power through those backroom preference deals. So ultimately, at a time when in the parliament we are often fighting against the slow and gradual erosion of democracy, what a great day when we can say that today we have stood up, that we've strengthened our democracy and we've given more power back to the people.
Thank you, Senator Di Natale. Senator Lyon-Helm.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pursue this issue of exhausted votes and disenfranchising voters as well. It's been mentioned by a number of people previously. And I'd like to talk in particular about Liberal Democratic Party voters and whether or not they would be disenfranchised in the proposed voting system. And I want to talk in particular about the election of 2 Liberal Party senators. Now, the first of those to be discussed that I want to discuss is Senator Linda Reynolds from Western Australia. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that Senator Reynolds received the preferences from the Liberal Democratic Party, she would not be here. There would be another Labor senator in the chamber. Now, I have wondered whether we did the right thing. I have at times wondered whether we did the right thing. But let me continue. I was approached by 2 preference whisperers to arrange this deal. Their names were former Senator Ron Boswell and Mr Ben Morton, the Assistant or the State Director, I think he was, of the Liberal Party in Western Australia. Now, I have no idea whether they called me from a front room or a back room. But the fact is, they called me, we discussed various aspects, the details of which are not all that important, and in the end, the Liberal Democratic Party gave its preferences to the Liberal Party prior to the Labor Party in that Western Australian election. Now, the significance about it, of course, is that that group voting ticket that led to the Liberal Democratic Party's preferences going to the Liberal Party before the Labor Party and the Greens obviously as well, was that those votes, our votes, my party's votes, did not go to the Liberal Party at numbers 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. They were at about number 25, 26, 27, 28, thereabouts. Now, that's very, very significant because under this voting system, this brand new, brave voting system, they will only be asked to vote for 6 above the line. And as far as I can tell, they are likely to be told just vote 1 anyway. That's good enough. Now, the point about it, of course, is that in another election, they won't vote for minor parties, which is what they did. They won't vote for those minor parties before they put the Liberal Party. They'll just vote for those minor parties. They don't much like the big parties, our voters. They just like the little ones. So that in another election, under this new voting system, because their votes don't go any further than what they're going to put on the ballot paper, they will cease at number 6. That's if they even get to number 6. So the question, of course, is, does that reflect their will? Now, I think I know a fair bit about Liberal Democratic Party voters, and I am pretty confident in saying that they trust us to do the right thing with their vote. And if I had said to them, well, if you can't get any of those minor parties, if we can't get elected, and none of those minor parties that you would put 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th or 6th don't get elected, who would you prefer? They would have had a preference. They would have said, very likely, the Liberal Party. ahead of the Labor Party or the Greens. I absolutely guarantee it would have been before the Greens. Now, the second example that I want to talk about is the election of Senator Synodinos in New South Wales. Now, Senator Synodinos was elected at number 6 on the New South Wales ticket at the 2013 election. It wasn't our preferences that got him elected, because our preferences weren't distributed since I was elected. But he was elected on the preferences of the Christian Democratic Party, One Nation, the Shooters and Fishers Party, Fishing and Lifestyle Party, and a number of others. If he hadn't received those preferences from those parties, and there were others, I can't remember them all at the moment, guess who would have won? It would have been Kate Fairman from the Greens. Tragic. Tragic. Now, so if voters of those parties had only been required, if voters from those parties had only been required to number 1 to 6 on the ballot paper, and perhaps not even that many, do you think they would have gone and put the Liberal Party, Senator Synodinos, ahead of the Greens? Almost certainly they would have stopped at number 6 if they got that far, and they would have voted for other minor parties with which they thought they had common interests. The point about it, of course, is that if you actually went to those party supporters and said to them, who do you support, the Liberal Party or the Greens? I would be pretty confident in saying the vast majority of them would have been, I would have said, I would prefer a Liberal got elected if that was the choice between a Liberal and a Green. I am quite certain they would have. Now, the thing about this, of course, is these voters of ours, the Liberal Democratic Party, and the voters for Christian Democrats, One Nation, Shooters and Fishers, Fishing and Lifestyle Party and the others, they trusted their parties. They said to their parties, you take care of our vote. If you can't get elected and you can't get another party with which we have some common interests get elected, then at least make sure it goes to someone we hate least. We hate least. And that's the whole point of not having a vote that exhausts. Your vote ends up helping a party you hate the least, even if it's not the party you love. Now, I am confident that our voters think they can trust us with their vote. I'm confident also that the voters that support Christian Democrats, One Nation, Shooters and Fishers, Fishing and Lifestyle Party also trust their parties with their vote. Now, it's quite possible, it's entirely possible, that Greens voters do not trust that party with their vote, and that's why they are so determined to make sure that their voters don't end up having that vote that the party can deal with. Perhaps that's the case, but that has to be the exception. As far as all the other minor parties are concerned that I ever dealt with, my feeling is that the voters that support those parties would trust those parties with their votes, and they would say, if you can't get elected, make sure my vote goes to someone who I don't hate.
Thank you, Senator Lynham. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Well, I want to respond first to some of Senator Di Natale's contribution. First, he said if these reforms were in place, we'd still have a carbon price. That's just not true. He knows that the purpose of these reforms is essentially to create a closed shop. Now, I am surprised, I have to say, that Senator Cormann would be supporting something that was essentially like a closed shop, but I think he knows that his side of politics will be advantage. Closed, not clothes. Not clothes. Everyone get off the pants, please. Closed shop. The reality is Senator Di Natale is supporting these reforms not for the highly principled argument he sought to put, but because he thinks he'll get more Greens. And that's what he does think. And I think we'll get more Labor people, but I don't think these are the right reforms for democracy. And I again say, I think there is an issue with some of the— Yes, Gary, Senator, I will take that interjection. Gary Gray does, and he's disappointed, I'm sure, that he didn't convince the majority of his colleagues. He's disappointed, I'm sure, that he didn't convince the majority of his colleagues. Let's go to this issue. Senator Di Natale and Senator Rhiannon are willing to put forward these, join with the government in pushing through these changes because they think they will be advantaged, and they don't actually care that there's a great likelihood that this will lead to a blocking and ultimately a working majority for the coalition. And they just don't worry about that. And why is that? Because they're not a party of government. So they're quite happy to have people there. Oh, here we go, not yet. Oh, right, OK, not yet. Do you know what? And I'll take that interjection up because I want to talk about the assertion that we lack political courage, because I think coming from a Green, that's pretty extraordinary. Because it suggests that Labor actually never goes out and campaigns against the coalition. Well, we're the only party that actually campaign against them, because the only party that seeks to shift votes from the coalition, away from the coalition, is Labor. Because all the Greens want to do is shift votes from the Labor Party to the Greens. You don't actually want to change Australia. You don't actually want to deliver progressive reform. You just want more people in here so you can feel more important. You don't— well, I'm not going to use the phrase Senator Conroy got in trouble for, but you want more people here. You don't actually ever try and shift a vote from the coalition to the Labor to someone else. Your attack, and it's being demonstrated here time and time again, is against the Labor Party. Now, I have never understood why that was regarded as a progressive position. I have never understood why that was regarded as a progressive position, because if I look at the things that I think are important progressive reforms in this country, whether it be Medicare, or having more people in universities, or the Gonski reforms, or superannuation, or a fair system of wages and conditions, or a decent age pension, or an independent foreign policy, or the National Disability Insurance Scheme, or the Sex Discrimination Act, or the Racial Discrimination Act, or the Native Title Act, and so much more. They have been delivered by Labor governments, because we went out, people like us and those who went before, and campaigned and talked to people who don't agree with us and convinced people to vote for the Labor Party rather than the coalition. You, on the other hand, sit here and snipe and try and take votes from Labor to the Greens. That's not progressive politics. That is not progressive politics. And I'm happy to talk about the dirty deal. You talk about the preference deals. Well, what about the dirty deal that Michael Kroger has blown the whistle on? That this leader, the Liberal lapdog that is Senator Di Natale, the Liberal lapdog, who's Senator Di Natale, has done a deal— oh, he's going red, a bit of blushing there. He's done a deal with the Liberal Party to issue open tickets to advantage the Liberal Party in certain marginal seats, so that the Liberals can help him target Ms Plibersek and Mr Albanese. I mean, and he has the temerity to come in here and talk about courage? That's not courage. That's a dirty backroom deal. And you keep denying it, but unfortunately Mr Kroger has blown the whistle on you. Unfortunately, Mr Kroger has blown the whistle on you. Your modus operandi is all about trying to take out Labor people and Labor voters. And you know what? I would like to ask the Greens this. Tell me why progressive politics in this country would be better for having Tanya Plibersek and Anthony Albanese out of the parliament. How is that progressive politics? You know what? I won't be campaigning for that. I'll be campaigning to get rid of some of the Liberal Party and the National Party out of the parliament. That's what we do. That's what we do. But no, you campaign to get Labor people out of the parliament. So don't come in here and give us a lecture about political courage, because there's only one party that actually tries to change the government. And when you change the government, you change the country. What you're having is a sort of Senate version, a national political version of a dinner party conversation, because, you know, oh, we don't like this, that and that about the Labor Party, but we're going to keep talking to people who agree with us. We're going to try and take progressive voters off Labor and give them for ourselves, but we're actually not going to try and change the country by getting rid of this government. That's your political strategy, and you're prepared to lie in bed with them, whether it's on Senate voting changes or on the dirty preference deal that Michael Kroger has blown the whistle on. And then you come in here and talk about political courage. Well, show some. Show some. And Senator Di Natale says, well, if we'd had these voting changes, well, we'd still have a carbon price. And, you know, my response to that, as he would probably know, is, well, we'd probably still have a carbon price if the Australian Greens hadn't voted against a carbon price and did what they did today, which is to do the walk of shame and voted with Senator Bernardi and, at the time, Senator Fielding, Senator Minchin, who thought that climate change was, what was the phrase, a conspiracy, a left-wing conspiracy to deindustrialise the Western world. That's who you voted with. And they get out on Twitter, and I'm sure that Mr Paris, the staffer who likes tweeting at me, likes trolling me, I'm sure he'll now be tweeting his lovely tweets at me again. And they'll say, oh, it was such a dreadful a piece of legislation. Well, you voted very shortly afterwards for a piece of legislation that was almost identical and that gave at least, if not more, the same amount of assistance to what you described as the big polluters. So, you know, who showed political courage then? Not the Australian Greens. All you cared about was making sure that you made the Labor Party. Look like we were bad, and you were prepared to vote with Senator Bernardi and Senator Minchin to do that. So the lecture about political courage from a leader of the Greens, who not only has done a deal with the Liberal Party on Senate changes, but has done a dirty preference deal, which he sort of half denies, but Michael Kroger keeps talking about and has blown the whistle on. Well, I think it's pretty hard to stomach, frankly. It's pretty hard to stomach. Maybe you should stick to your photo shoots. Now, I'm going to come back to the because Senator Cormann actually he keeps saying, I've answered the question. He keeps finding different ways not to answer the question, which is impressive. You know, I've probably been there myself, Senator Cormann, but I'm going to have another go, which is the timing of the education campaign. The timing of well, it's not a waste of time. Unlike you, Senator O'Sullivan, I actually think making sure Australian voters understand the largest changes in 30 years is probably not a bad idea. So Senator Cormann says, oh, well, I first asked him about the campaign when it will commence. He says, well, it depends when the bill gets passed. So I said, how long after assent? He said, oh, well, that's not when we measure it from. We measure it from when the election will be. Well, OK, let's forget the sort of game playing around that. How long prior to the election being called, or how long prior to election date, will the campaign run? Or another way of asking it, will there be any of the education campaign run before the election is in fact called? Before the election is called. Well, he's shaking his head. Is that a no? That's my question.
Minister.
Confirm that there will be an education campaign in good time before the next election.
Senator Di Natale.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, just wasn't planning on standing up, but again, just a few points just to correct the record. Let's begin with the assertion that Senator Wong made about the Greens not targeting Liberal Party seats. Well, just a brief reminder for Senator Wong. At the last New South Wales state election, it was in fact the Greens that took a National Party seat in the seat of Ballina. There's a seat that's from the hands of the Conservatives that now lies with the Greens. In the last Victorian state election, the seat of Prahran, a seat held by the Conservative side of politics, now a seat held by the Greens. Let me tell you, in this federal election, we've got some outstanding candidates who are standing against Liberal-held seats. I think Kelly O'Dwyer is in a bit of trouble in Higgins because we've got Jason Ball there, an outstanding candidate who looks like they might take the seat of Higgins. So we are, of course, targeting many of those Conservative seats. this notion that we aren't fighting hard against the coalition. I just remind Senator Wong that when it comes to voting with the coalition, it's the Greens who have voted with the coalition 6% of the time. It is the Labor Party that has voted with the coalition over 30% of the time. So just some basic maths in terms of where the Greens stand relative to the coalition and where the Labor Party stands relative to the coalition. Now, Senator Wong also asked the question, why would somebody vote to install or elect a Green in the seats of Sydney and Grayndler? And I'll give you a very succinct explanation. Because when there is a vote in the parliament about whether we should punish a doctor for reporting child abuse or speaking out against the abuses that are going on in our detention camps, a Green will vote against that every single time, and yet Ms Plibersek and Mr Albanese have voted in support of those things. I mean, the most important thing that we are gifted when we are elected to this place is our vote. All the rhetoric, all the words in the world don't matter next to the most important thing that we are given in this place, and that is our vote. So when it comes to voting to strengthen renewable energy or to slash it, what we've seen is again, those members of the Labor Party vote with the coalition to slash the renewable energy target. Ms Plibersek, Mr Albanese voting with the government to slash the renewable energy target. When it comes to data retention, again, some of the most wide and far-reaching laws that impact on 23 million Australians, saying to them that your personal information is no longer yours but belongs to the government, who are unaccountable, who can access it without a warrant. Well, again, Ms Plibersek, Mr Albanese voting to ensure that your data is no longer yours. You elect a Green in one of those seats, you can be absolutely guaranteed that when it comes to expressing how we feel about those issues, it won't be a rhetorical flourish, it will be done through our vote. So if you want to know why people will be electing more Greens to lower house seats, is because when we have the opportunity through our vote to implement progressive reforms, that we will do it every time. Senator Wong also talked about the issue of Stephen Fielding. Now, that's a wonderful place to finish, because Senator Fielding was elected to this parliament on the back of a preference deal as a result of those clever backroom operators within the Victorian Labor Party who ensured that Stephen Fielding would be elected ahead of the Greens. So let's just go back, because it was a bit of an own goal, Senator Wong. It was an own goal. It was an own goal. What we have is Senator Fielding, who held the balance of power in the federal parliament as a result of a preference deal where the Labor Party gave Stephen Fielding a seat in this parliament ahead of a Green. The consequence of that decision, I don't need to explain to anybody, because what we saw was somebody with a conservative worldview, which you, Senator Wong, through you, Chair, outlined. The notion that the CPRS was some conspiracy to deindustrialise society. Well, let's remember who put him there. The Labor Party backroom operators in Victoria, through a preference deal, got him elected with 1.8% of the vote. Without that preference deal. So, again, thank you for making the arguments as to why these reforms are just so critical. They are critical because if the voters of Australia want Stephen Fielding in this parliament, then he should be voted into this parliament. He should be voted into this parliament, not as a result of the decisions of some of the backroom operators inside the Labor Party.
Senator Dastiari.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Look, I don't want to hold the Senate up for long tonight.
Please do.
So I'm going to try and make my remarks as brief as possible and to the point. But, Mr Acting Deputy President, you know, in politics, you get asked some really tough questions from time to time.
Should I wear socks in the photo shoot or not?
Well, there are tough calls. There are tough calls to make. There are times where you have to be able to make a tough judgment call, and you're going to be held by the calls that you make. So when...
Do I wear a skivvy? Or do I wear fancy pants?
Well, Senator Conroy spent a lot of time talking about pants tonight, and I'm a little bit disturbed because I'm sitting with him until the early hours of the morning. Bums and bottoms, I believe.
Stop laughing so much, Matthias.
But when a fashion magazine asks the leader of what purports to be one of the most progressive parties represented or purports is the word I would use, whether or not he would form an alliance or go into coalition with the Liberal Party, the words that he responded with were never say never.
That's right. That's a James Bond movie.
Never say never. Never say never forming a coalition with one of the most right-wing governments that this country has ever seen. Never say never about forming a coalition with one of the most extreme, ideologically driven organisations and parties. Never say never about being in a formal alliance with a party that has people with very conservative views like Cory Bernardi or George Christensen, who we saw him at it again today, or Senator Abetz. Never say never is the position that the purported leader of a progressive party chooses to take. Well, frankly, there is a line. There is a line. It's not a never say never proposition. There is a line. Now, Senator Dinitali, in subsequent interviews, was at pains to try and distance himself from the comments, say, "Oh, well, look, I did say that I'd probably more inclined to be in a progressive alliance than a right-wing alliance." That's not the point. Once you cross that threshold, once you're prepared to do that, once that is no longer the line of what you will and not do as a progressive leader, you have lost all credibility on the progressive front of Australian politics. Once that is the line that you're prepared to cross, it doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. I mean, it reminds me of this. There's a great story, and I'm sure others in this chamber have heard it before, about Lord Beaverbrook, the famous Canadian philanthropist, who said to an actress once, "Would you marry me for $1 million?" And she turned around and said, "Well, yes, I would." And then he goes, "Would you marry me for 10? And he goes, "What do you think I am?" He goes, "Well, I think we've established all this. Now we're just haggling around the price." Exactly. Senator Dinitali has said he will cross the threshold. Now it's just about the price. Exactly. Now it's just about the right deal. Now it's just about getting the outcome that is enough for him to be able to sell out on basic centre-left principles. And that's the path that Senator Dinitali has chosen to go down. And look, there are those on my side of politics who will argue, let it happen. It's a good thing. Because, frankly, we've seen when left-wing parties shift to the right what happens to them. We've seen what happens when people sell out on core principles. We've seen what happens to parties like the Liberal Democrats in the UK or even the Democrats here in Australia. We've seen what happens to parties that start selling out on fundamental principles. And there are those who would make just the pragmatic argument on their side of politics that, well, if that happens, sure, after a period of time, it's kind of the end of that party, and that's probably good. I don't share that view. I believe in a progressive Australia. I believe in progressive outcomes. I believe in progressive change, and I believe in a united progressive front to be able to achieve that. So when you start having a party that purports to have these left-wing values start selling out, and it starts with tax transparency here, and now we're doing it on electoral voting reform, and who knows where it goes next, and where does it end? Where does it end? It ends in a coalition-style arrangement. I mean, when you are there are some things you rule out in this business. Let's be clear. The Labor Party would rule out and happily rule out going into a coalition government with the Liberals, because fundamentally there are too many values, there are too many issues that we just do not share and cannot share with them. And once you start going down that road, once you start down that path, where does it end? Now, Senator Di Natale has tried to be very clever in a whole host of interviews he's been doing in recent weeks when he talks about the preference arrangement between himself and the Liberal Party. I think Mr Kroger, and Mr Kroger is a man of quite honesty and decency, and again, he's someone whose politics I don't agree with at all, but I've always kind of respected. He's always been quite honest and open and forthright. When Mr Kroger turns around and says, "Oh well, look, we're prepared for a loose preference arrangement."
A loose preference arrangement.
Let's be clear what he means. This is the deal. This is the arrangement that there's certainly, and there are Liberal members in this chamber, who privately have come to senators like myself and expressed their concerns. But let's explain what it is.
Horror.
What it is
Horror.
this. What it is this. The Liberal Party would preference the Greens. The Liberal Party will preference the Greens in inner-city electorates where they're trying to take out the Labor Party, and in return, the Greens would run open tickets and preference nobody in seats where the Labor Party is contesting, against the Liberals. So what is the outcome of this? If this were to be successful, and I don't think it is going to be very successful, I don't think it's helpful to the progressive cause, I also don't think it's going to be very successful. The goal of this is, on one hand, to be replacing some Labor MPs with Liberals, Labor MPs with Greens in these inner-city electorates. And look, we're prepared to battle the Greens in inner city, and if that was all that this was about, then certainly, that's the progressive side of politics, having an internal fight, and so be it. But part of that also is about making sure more Liberals and Conservatives see the dividend for the Liberals in doing this is making sure that progressive votes are being leaked out of the progressive pile, and that is the whole point of this. And so Senator Di Natale says, "Oh, I can't see us, we won't be preferencing the Liberals anywhere." I don't believe you will be preferencing the Liberals yet. I think there are some things that you're heading down that road, Senator Di Natale. You're not there yet, and I accept that. And I hope you never get there for the sake of progressive politics in this country. Because I think once you head down there, in the short term, it will be disastrously bad for everybody involved. In the long term, it will be the end of your party, but that's a separate matter. In the short term, it will be disastrously bad. And so when Senator says there's no preference deal, there's no preference deal where we would be preferencing the Liberals, I believe that is probably true. That's not what this is about. That's not what this loose arrangement's about. And that's where this is heading. That's where this is going. This is going down a path which is going to be bad for progressive outcomes, progressive people being elected into these types of chambers, and it's going to result in more right-wing, extreme, ideologically driven views. Let's not kid ourselves here. The Conservative side of politics has become incredibly ideological and is increasingly becoming ideological, right? And they're entitled to do that. A few days ago we heard the first speech of Senator James Paterson.
What a cracker that was.
Well, look, I have to say, and no, it was his first speech, and I will say something nice now. Senator Paterson, I thought, delivered it eloquently. I thought he's articulate. I think he expressed what he believes, and he was genuine with what he believes, and I think he should be commended and congratulated for his first speech. I thought it was a remarkable contribution. I also think it represented an extremely right-wing ideological worldview, which he is entitled to and he's openly representing. And again, where I give Senator Patterson credit for, a lot of people on the Conservative side of politics over the years have shared these views and firstly haven't been prepared to put them forward and don't put them forward eloquently. So I do congratulate him on that. But that's where they're going. That is the future of the Conservative Party. The future of the Conservative Party is in this country, the future of the Liberals or LNP or however they're going to be branded in the next couple of years as this Lib-Nat merger kind of finalises itself across the country. The future is right-wing, extreme, ideologically driven views. And Senator Di Natale, through you, Chair, and the Greens Party is facilitating an incredible power grab. Now, you know, the leader of the Greens political party earlier was going on about, oh, how do you say this? It's both good and bad, and it's this and that. Let's be clear what all of this does, right? All of this does. If your outcome that you care about isn't a majority of progressive voices in this chamber, if your outcome is making sure your small section of the pie is protected, if that is the view you go into, then yes, this is a pragmatic approach. Yes, this is in the self-interest. If you say the self-interest and the interests that you want to represent are the broader interests of actually progressive social outcomes, then this is bad legislation. These are bad laws. These are laws that do bad things for the people that we represent. That is what is so wrong about the legislation that we're facing here. Now, I did promise I wasn't going to go for too long, and Senator Williams has noted that. And I did want to actually get to a more specific question for Senator Cormann. Again, there seems to be a bit of comments that you made earlier that seem to be, I want to clarify because I perhaps had misunderstood the testimony that was given by the AEC as I understood it from having read the transcripts of the inquiry report. My understanding, and again, I read this a few days ago and I haven't had an opportunity to go back to my office and check this, was the position from the the position from the AEC wasn't that they needed about 3 months or around 3 months, that the position that they put was they needed a minimum of 3 months. I was just wondering if the minister could check if that was correct. I know there's some officials here, maybe they can clarify that. The minister, before minister, and I don't imply in any way, shape or form you meant to do this with misintent. You were referring to they need about 3 months. I just wanted to get that point of clarification.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I've actually clarified that precise point already 3 times tonight in response to questions by some of Senator Dastyari's Labor colleagues. The Electoral Commissioner, Mr Rogers, provided explicit advice to me that the Electoral Commission needed about 3 months, between the passage of this legislation and the implementation of this legislation at an election.
Senator Moore. Senator Di Natale.
Again, I'll be brief, but it is slightly unusual that much of the debate today is actually not focusing on the content of the legislation and the amendments that we are debating. So I think we should return to that. But of course, I can't leave some of the comments that were made by the previous contribution go unchallenged. It is important to remember that through this discussion of preferences, that some assertions have been made, and just to again make it absolutely crystal clear, there is absolutely no arrangement with the Liberal Party. Secondly, that the Labor Party has been the beneficiary of Liberal preferences over a number of elections. The contribution recently of Mr Albanese was really just a pitch to the Conservative base of the Liberal Party saying, please give us your preferences because we are more like you than the Australian Greens. So it's really important to remember that that's where this is being driven. I mean, this whole issue emerged because Mr Albanese made some assertions about a non-existent arrangement, which really was a very, very desperate pitch to people like Corey Bernardi, Senator Abetz, Senator Bernardi, Senator Abetz, Mr Christensen and others to say, be careful, because your party may preference the Greens ahead of us, because that's what they did traditionally for many, many years, because they felt that it was in their interests. They did that for many years because they felt it was in their interests. At the last federal election, the Liberal Party decided to change tack, and we want to make sure that the Liberal Party continue doing that. And so we saw Mr Albanese come out with this pitch to those conservative elements within the Liberal Party to say, well, this is something that some people within the Liberal Party are considering because it's within their interest, but please remember that our policies, my policies, are much more aligned to you than the Greens' policies are, so make sure that you continue to preference me so that I can hold my seat. That's what this debate's really about, and let's be absolutely crystal clear about that. There's a bit of debate about a coalition, of course. We know that it's inconceivable that we would enter into any sort of coalition arrangement with this Liberal Party, and of course you only need to look at recent history to know that it was with the support of the Greens that the Rudd and Gillard government was able to govern. Again, if we're being frank about this, the most logical coalition in the parliament is a Labor-Liberal coalition. That's the most logical coalition here. Part of the reason that many of us are on this side, not all of us, there are some people within the Greens who do come from the conservative side of politics. There are some people in the Malcolm Fraser tradition, but most of us, like my own story, as somebody who grew up in a Labor household, who was immersed in Labor politics, in a household that Gough Whitlam was eulogised, some of us realised that the gradual shift in policy direction from the Labor Party, right from the time they introduced mandatory detention, right from the time that they continued to sign the death knell of some of our most precious native forests, with successive state governments continuing that, and in fact it continues to this day, right through the invasion of Afghanistan, which was endorsed by the Labor Party, right through to measures such as walking away from the most important moral challenge of our time, which was, of course, global warming, right through to successive foreign incursions, such as the one we're seeing in Syria, data retention, and of course that huge gaping wound at the moment that exists in Australian politics, which is the treatment of people seeking refuge and asylum in this country. Now, the point of that is that there are many of us who decided that we could no longer tolerate those things, and that the values that we hold, that commitment to the environment that says the economy is a subsidiary of the environment, that without a readjustment in terms of the way our relationship between the environment works, that we won't have a planet to sustain all of us. And that's why the Australian Greens have gone from strength to strength. And so what this debate really is about, and this is a fundamental point, all the bluster in the world doesn't take away from the fact that the Labor Party at the moment are experiencing an existential crisis. What do they do about the emergence of the Australian Greens, knowing that we're not going anywhere? In fact, quite the opposite. We are a party that is growing from strength to strength. Now, you just need to look at the support base of our party to know that amongst young people, we are now one of the three major parties. Our vote at various times is higher than the Labor Party, depending on the most recent opinion poll you look at, but we are matching it with all sides of politics. That's where we sit at the moment. When you look at the challenges that we face as a nation and indeed as a planet, the issue of climate change and global warming, we're the party that is best placed to deal with that challenge. Again, the issue of people seeking refuge and asylum, so many people in this country who desperately want a bit more decency and compassion, and we know when you factor in the conflicts that are going on around the world, the issue of Syria at the moment, which is causing an unprecedented displacement of people, something that hasn't been seen since World War II at least. When you look at all of those challenges, and of course the issue of refugees and asylum seekers in the context of catastrophic global warming is something that will only escalate exponentially, they are the issues that people are increasingly acknowledging that the Australian Greens best represent their value on. So this debate, and I know people are very frustrated by it, people at home who might be listening in thinking, why on earth is there so much vitriol going on between the Labor Party and the Greens, when in fact it was the Greens that supported the Labor Party in office? Underneath all of that is this notion about where does the Labor Party stand on this issue and how do they deal with the emergence and continued growth of the Australian Greens. That's what's at the heart of this. And you're seeing this tussle inside the Labor Party. There are so many good people inside the Labor Party that many of us have worked with. I can't look. Let me name check someone like Melissa Park, for example, who we've worked so closely with on the issue of drug policy and law reform, on refugees and asylum seekers, on so many issues. There are many, many good people inside the Labor Party who want to reach some sort of accommodation, who want that for the sake of progressive politics. But there's also a group inside the Labor Party, many of them represented here today, who are lashing out in anger. And they're grasping at any possibility they can to try and throw a bit of mud and hope that it sticks. I mean, the nonsense that by engaging in a photo shoot, that somehow that represents some betrayal of progressive values. How absurd this debate has now become. Now, look, this will continue, I'm sure. It will continue until that internal struggle within the Australian Labor Party is resolved, one way or another. I hope that for the sake of all of us who want to see a more decent society, who want to see a little more courage and vision and a bit more leadership, that it's resolved quickly, because if it's not, all the concerns that the Labor Party are now expressing about the coalition winning government and winning control of the Senate, they'll become a self-fulfilling prophecy. So once again, I just say to the Labor Party, stand up, show some courage, recognise that ultimately, if we are to defeat a Conservative agenda, it's going to require a focus on Conservative policies, the Conservative policies of this government. And until they are able to acknowledge and recognise that fact, they are handing the coalition everything that they want. Now, I hope that we can return to the substance of this debate, which is ultimately about ensuring we see more democracy in the Australian Parliament, that we take power away from us, the politicians, and give it back to you, the voter.
Oh, Senator Moore.
We're going to hear all about it.
Oh, there goes the substance.
Minister, you may remember much earlier in this contribution I was talking about the education campaign, and not in the same way that Senator Wong's questions were, but it was more about the process around the education campaign and the fact that it's an intrinsic part of leading up to an election. You've given us some evidence this evening that the Australian Electoral Commission will be conducting a campaign, and they outsource that for financial purposes, and that's why we can't get details for commercial in confidence. I raised my concerns in my previous contribution about the debate we're having about the electoral changes with the possibility or probability of an election. And in terms of the education campaign, I am just wanting to find out, in fact, whether the education campaign will be purely about the change and how it will operate and encouraging people to vote, and the normal stuff that the AEC does about getting on the roll and the importance of voting, whether that's element, and whether there'll be a political message in the campaign as well, along the lines, as you've said, as we've heard in various contributions, that these changes are going to save your vote, this is going to be a major change for democracy, our government has protected your choice, all that kind of messaging, which you've actually put into the debate now about how you believe the electoral changes will operate, and that's the process, that's your belief, that's how it will operate. But what I'm trying to find out, as I have asked consistently through this process, about how the community is going to be brought on side, how we'll get them involved, how they'll know about the changes, and I mean, just to hear the First Amendment that you've moved, with what that will mean when you read that into the record, that is not a simple message. It is not a simple message. I am not claiming the current process is simple either. I've never claimed that. But just in terms of the message that's going to have to happen, will there be a clear electoral process message completely separate to any messaging could be your government has delivered your vote in a more democratic way type message? And the reason I'm asking that is quite clear, but it's also, as I've said all the way through, that the timing of this electoral change and the possibility of an election are very close. And my point all the way through has been I would have preferred the changes to the electoral system to be done well and separate to an election, but seemingly because of the timing that's not going to be. So I think you get the drift of my question. I'd just like to get some detail on that.
Minister. Thank you very much, Chair. Senator Moore is right. The government very strongly asserts that these reforms before the Senate today are a great step forward for democracy. Senator Moore is right. The government asserts that the reforms, if legislated, will ensure that the result at future Senate elections will truly reflect the will of the Australian people, because they empower Australian voters to determine what happens to their preferences, instead of having political parties and backroom operators and preference manipulators determine tried and direct preferences in different directions according to their interests. It will be up to the voter to determine what they want to do with their vote. So our message to voters as a government is this is your vote, your decision. You determine who you vote for, who you preference, above the line or below the line. And that is indeed one of the great virtues of this campaign. Now, in terms of the question that Senator Moore asked about the campaign, and I mean, I have sought to address this in different ways, and I did touch on this in the responses that I gave to questions by Senator Wong. This campaign will be run by the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is an independent statutory agency which is non-partisan. It operates completely independently from any political party, and it has a proven track record when it comes to running relevant information campaigns in the lead-up to elections. And these campaigns, these education campaigns, which are non-partisan, not politically charged, which are informational and which essentially present the facts and the information that voters need to have, do focus on what voters need to know in order to exercise their democratic rights. Now, you know, in previous, I can't remember off the top of my head now the previous example, but there were some changes that were done by previous governments on previous occasions, and the Electoral Commission ran campaigns to make sure that people across Australia understood those changes. And the process that will be followed on this occasion is the exact same process. This will not be a political campaign. It will be an education campaign ran independently from government, at arm's length from government, by the Electoral Commission, as they believe it needs to be done in order to explain the way the voting system will operate if these reforms have passed. Now, I completely reject the proposition that the amendment that I've moved, which is of course what is in front of the chair at the moment, shows that the voting below the line is going to be more complicated in the future than what it is at present. Let me explain exactly what is the arrangement when voting below the line at present. If you want to vote below the line at present, you have to fill in every single box. You have to fill in every single box. There could be 120, 150 boxes. You've got to fill every single one of them. And the way the savings provisions work is that for your vote to be formal, you have to at least get 90% of those boxes filled in correctly, with no more than 3 errors in sequence in that filling in of all the boxes. What we're going to do from here, we're going to say to voters, we're going to make it easier for you. If you want to vote for individual candidates instead of expressing a preference for your party of choice above the line, if you want to order the candidates for the Senate in order of your preference by voting below the line, we're going to make it easier for you. We're going to say to you that on the ballot paper, it's in black and white on the ballot paper, we're going to say to vote below the line, number at least 12 boxes, 1 to 12, in order of your preference, 1 being your highest preference to 12 being your lowest preference. People are free to do what they've done so far, and that is fill in every single box, but the guidance on the ballot paper will be
to fill in at least 12 boxes from 1 to 12 in order of a voter's preference. And there is a savings provision which is much more straightforward than the current savings provision. And the savings provision will be that if you get at least 6 boxes right from 1 to 6, if you number at least 6 boxes from 1 to 6, so that is 50% of what the guidance provides, certainly much less than the full ticket, then your vote will be counted as formal. Now, the Electoral Commission will find the most appropriate way, based on expert advice and contracting external providers as appropriate to assist in the actual running of the campaign. They will provide that very factual information to inform the Australian people in good time before the next election on how they should vote in the Senate. To vote above the line, number at least 6 boxes, 1 to 6 in order of your preference. To vote below the line, number at least 12 boxes below the line in order of your preference from 1 to 12. It's really as simple as that. Now, you know what the artwork is going to be like, what the exact form of words is going to be. That is not something that I'm going to involve myself in. That's not something that the government is going to be involved in. And that is not something that I suspect either governments of either political persuasion would have been involved in the past, which is why I've said to Senator Wong, in answer to a number of her questions, that I can't really provide her some of the very specific details she was seeking, because quite appropriately the political arm of government doesn't get itself involved in the conduct of that sort of campaign at that level. What I can say, though, is that the government has made a very firm commitment that the AEC will have all of the necessary resources to run that campaign in a way that they, in their professional judgment, feel that it needs to be run. And so that is, from the government's point of view, that is our responsibility, and that is responding to JSCAM and the recommendations they've made. When you make a change like this, you do have to run a campaign to inform the public. The Electoral Commission will tell us what that needs to involve. They will put together the campaign with advice that needs to be run. They will tell us how much it will cost, and they will have the necessary resources.
Is that right? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Cormann, I know that you're keen to move on to your First Amendment, but we're a long way from through the general issues we need to address in the consideration of this bill. And unfortunately, I need to take you to the detail of the AEC's appearance before JSCAM, because your characterisation of what they said there about resourcing is not accurate. In fact, I'd challenge you to cite the page reference in the Hansard, which would demonstrate it in the way that you characterised it earlier. But let me take you to some specific references in it. So if you look at page 1, Mr Rogers there, towards the middle of the second paragraph of his opening statement, indicates very clearly that from the AEC's point of view, they're looking at an estimated 3-month minimum time frame. So let's not be confused about that. Minimum. In fact, Senator Rhiannon tried to ask them could they fast-track it, and she got a very clear response, which was no. But worse than that, if you look at what was put to us, Mr Rogers said, again in that second paragraph, should the bill change significantly, which indeed these recommendations before us now do, well, it may or may not be your view. The facts are the change to below-the-line voting were not part of their original indications, of course unless they were aware of your original intentions in the House, but I think you'd find that hard to justify given your earlier arguments. But the point is that the indications that the AEC would have been talking to us about during that hearing were on the bill as it came out of the House of Representatives, before you had made this decision to accept the recommendations of that inquiry, which dealt with the below-the-line voting issues. So these changes to how Australians will vote in the Senate below the line, which were not part of your original proposal, were not part of what the AEC was dealing with when it appeared before JSCAM. So let's look again at my point about what Mr Rogers says. He says, should the bill change significantly, the AEC will need to revise its timing, cost and other resource estimates. Now, I would like to know, has that revision occurred? And I would like to know the nature of that revision, because the evidence from the AEC to the committee was that changes during the legislative progress would have implications for their initial indications. In fact, I'd like to see their initial indications. Again, going back to the very poor response to the return to order and the farce of a committee inquiry, material that should have been before the committee and should be before individual senators about how this process is to occur has not been available. Now, you might like to characterise it as micromanagement, but basic issues around how much time is required for the AEC, what are the resourcing implications of these changes. If I go to the very issues that Mr Rogers was highlighting, what is the indicative advice on those matters? These are not things we should have to wait for Senate estimates to do post facto. These are things any decent government should be able to make available to the Senate. There is no reason for commercial inconfidence or even cabinet considerations for why we should not be able to see what the AEC's, the non-partisan AEC's, indications are about how they need to progress with the legislation as proposed. Now, I've asked you earlier, and I still really haven't got an adequate response other than some flippant remark that I should look at the Hansard, as to what the issue or problem is, what the harm is in relation to making available that type of information. I think it's astounding, the response, Minister, you're taking to fairly routine and general questions about how a matter will proceed. Which takes me to my next point, because I sat here while Senator Di Natale, who's now gone, unfortunately, I was hoping he'd still be sitting in the back there when I got to this point. Let's talk substance, he says. Let's talk substance. Seriously. I have never sat in this place, and I remember even Senator Bob Brown. What I think Senator Di Natale has is what I'd call doctor syndrome. He's not used to being challenged. He doesn't think that he should be subject to inquiry. And unfortunately, his ignorance and Senator Rhiannon's self-interest and ineptitude has allowed this government to lead you along by the nose. Basic, substantive matters that should have been addressed either in their backdoor negotiations or in the committee stage consideration have not been. Basic issues. So as a result of your poor management, we have no transparency. We now have a minister here who's quite happy to sit here and say, I'm not going to tell you about resourcing. Oh yes, there, pat on the head. We've said we will resource the AEC, so we will, and you can ask us about it in estimates later. I can't understand, I cannot conceive how some of the more seasoned Green senators have swallowed this. I really can't understand how senators who have participated in a range of issues in this place in the past, I referred to Senator Ludlam when I was talking about the return to order matters as one example, that we can allow this government not even to indicate the harm, that they turn their nose up at even indicating the harm of providing basic information, information the AEC told us they had provided to government. Let's go back to that point. The AEC indicated that they had provided indicative advice on costings and resource implications, and then they also told us about the timing implications of the changes. So, Minister, at this stage, let me be— well, I'll try again, because I have been more specific in other areas and failed, but let's try this one again. Has advice been sought from the AEC in relation to the government's decision, in inverted commas, to accept the recommendations of JSCAM 2016 Has the AEC been consulted about what the indicative cost, resource implications of those changes are? Have they been asked what timeframe issues arise as a consequence? And if so, what was their response?
Chair. Minister. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I reject the characterisation of our amendments as a significant change to the bill. They're not. Of course, we sought advice from the Electoral Commission about these amendments. As I've already indicated to you on several occasions now, the Electoral Commissioner gave me very firm advice that the Electoral Commission would need about 3 months between passage of the legislation and the successful implementation at an election. Now, the amendments that are before the Chair in relation to below-the-line voting don't actually make the system more complex. If anything, they make the system simpler. It certainly makes the algorithm simpler. In relation to the advice from the IEC on the advice from the IEC to government about the resources required, of course the IEC has given us some indicative costings, but as I've already indicated to you, that is not something that I can share with you for the reasons that I've previously outlined. But what I can tell you is that the IEC will have all of the necessary resources in order to ensure that this very important reform is effectively and professionally implemented.
Senator Collins.
Minister, what harm is there in you telling us what the ballpark figure the AEC says they need, what resources they need to implement these changes? You can't argue commercial in confidence. I'm not asking you to draw it down to that level. You can't argue that it's a cabinet in confidence issue because it's not. It's a straightforward question. What advice has the AEC provided about what resourcing they need to properly implement these changes?
Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Conroy made a serious and inaccurate allegation about my role in the New South Wales 1999 election. There were no Green feeder parties. There were no Green feeder parties that I or any other Greens members were involved in. We were not involved in the establishment of such parties, feeder parties or front parties. To come to the issue that's before us now, an amendment that is one of the very important aspects of this bill about changing the below-the-line voting system from the current system that many people have complained about, where if you wanted to really choose your candidates right down to the candidates and not get caught into party blocks, that you had to fill in every box. Many people have raised that. And it does, and this is very relevant because we just continually hear these repetitive speeches from Labor trying to discredit the JSEM inquiry. The JSEM inquiry is real. We thank the people who put in submissions, who gave her. And again,
Order.
Again, I acknowledge the interjection,
Order.
Senator Collins. This was a very useful inquiry, and seriously, this very point illustrates it. One of the recommendations was that the bill should be changed from what originally went through the House of Representatives to be what we now have before us with this amendment, that voters voting below the line would only have to number 12 boxes. They could number more, but a minimum of 12 boxes. A really, really important amendment. Again, there was solid evidence given. There was certainly much public consideration of this matter. Emphasises, underlines the usefulness and the important role and work that was undertaken by JSEM. So let's get back to what this amendment's about. It's about something that's very important and really makes a big difference to the importance of this legislation before us.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go back to this wonderful point that Senator Rhiannon made about what a fantastic inquiry the Greens conspired with to have, where even a simple request that we have the department appear was blocked. No rationale, no justification, just outright blocked. When Labor was given 15 minutes in total, or maybe it was only 10, I can't recall exactly, Senator Conroy, but about 15 minutes in total to question the AEC. What a farce. And then Senator Rhiannon comes in here in the earlier debate and says, Senator Conroy didn't even use all his time. Senator Conroy, how could you not? He used every moment he had with the AEC. Might not necessarily have been critical for some of the other witnesses, but for the AEC, we used every ounce of what we were given. So don't try and pretend that this inquiry was something that it was not, because it was not. It was the most appalling committee farce I have ever observed. But what more it says is what the Greens are prepared to do. So because we have this little sanctimonious lecturing thing going on from Senator Di Natale, we have a Green cabal here who don't know even how to properly work Senate transparency. Instead, they trot over with the government, regardless what the issue, every time they're required. Even to the extent that even here now, the question that Senator Rhiannon wanted asked the AEC, but she shouldn't have. She should be asking the minister this, but she hasn't because she's really all about substance. Well, let's go back to the substance. Senator Rhiannon's question, I've already asked you once, Minister, but let me ask you again. Should there be a penalty for anyone advocating to just vote one above the line? Let's hear your philosophy on this one.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I've already answered that question in some detail, and I refer Senator Collins to Hansard.
Senator Collins?
Chair, he did not answer that question. He didn't answer it at all. So I'd like him to, if he claims he had, repeat it. Maybe it was in that moment I was actually getting a bite to eat and I missed it, if I'm going to be generous here. But no, I don't believe you answered it. And if I compare the response you've given to other genuine questions as basically in good time or sometime before an election or whenever it might be, how dare you ask questions? In fact, you're starting to sound like a doctor now. Simple information. It seems pretty obvious that at least in Senator Rhiannon's mind that maybe there should be a penalty to preclude, and it certainly was part of the commentary around these measures from some of the parties commentating. It obviously drove Senator Rhiannon to think she should ask someone this question. She picked the wrong people, obviously. It really was the department that she cooperated with the government in blocking, or the minister that should be asked that question. So let's go back to the question. What consideration did government give to whether there should be a penalty for anyone advocating to vote one above the line? What consideration did government give to that, and what is the policy rationale for it not being included in the measures?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. In an abundance of helpfulness, I will address this issue again, but let me just first say, not that I would want to speak on behalf of Senator Rhiannon, who is obviously capable to speak for herself, but I think you are verbalizing and misrepresenting her line of questioning at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. As you know, I was watching it very carefully from my office because it was of course, broadcast on TV, and it was a fascinating hearing. And I think you'll find that the why Senator Rhiannon asked these questions and referring to some incident in the past which led the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to recommend against certain penalties for these circumstances. I think that Senator Rhiannon was asking the Electoral Commission to clarify whether they had a view in relation to these matters. And from memory, the Electoral Commission referred to, what I also referred to in my answer, to the existing penalties that are already in the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act right now already provides that political parties are not allowed to mislead or deceive voters into casting an informal vote. That prohibition will continue. The government is of the opinion that the penalties currently listed in section 329 of the Electoral Act relating to the distribution of misleading material are sufficient and act as a significant deterrent to any such behaviour. We don't believe we need to go beyond what is currently in section 329. Beyond that important safeguard to protect voters from any advice which could mislead them into casting an informal vote, we do not propose to ask the Electoral Commission to become the regulator and enforcer of how to vote cards issued by political parties at election time are put together. In the lead-up to the next election, the IEC will conduct, though, a comprehensive education campaign to clearly explain the options available to voters when voting for the Senate. Specifically, the campaign will explain to voters that they will now be able to direct their preferences when voting either above the line or below the line. It will detail clearly that the way to vote above the line for the Senate is by numbering at least 6 boxes in order of the voter's choice, with the number 1 representing their highest choice, with similar instructions to number 1 to 12 below the line, as a result of government amendments adopted by the Senate. It is also worth noting that the ballot paper will explicitly direct voters to number at least 1 to 6 above the line or 1 to 12 below the line. So I just say that again. The ballot paper will explicitly direct voters to number at least 1 to 6 above the line or 1 to 12 below the line when voting for the Senate, taking together the existing penalties for the distribution of misleading and deceptive material in the education campaign that will be conducted by the IEC in the lead-up to the next election. We believe that there is no need to introduce further penalties in the context of what Senator Collins has raised.
Senator Collins?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Collins, I misspoke. Senator Xenophon.
I don't mind. I'll be very brief. Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Chair. What's this? What sarcasm from my friend Senator Conroy? Oh, hang on a second. No. I need to respond to that interjection that I've been ducking the debate. I made a contribution on the speech, and if you know, Senator Conroy knows that we were in Senate estimates in terms of talking about submarines working almost as a tag team and future shipbuilding. So don't say I was ducking the debate, because we were arguing about a fair deal for shipbuilding, for Australian shipbuilding. So we were on a unity ticket on that. So please don't say I was ducking the debate. In relation to this issue, I just want to make this contribution. In respect of my additional comments to the inquiry report, I made reference to Dr Kevin Bonham, who in his submission to the inquiry said that in terms of the savings provisions and publicity, he said there was a common issue surrounding the use of savings provisions, the potential for parties or commentators to advocate just vote one style voting, which is contrary to the instructions of the ballot paper but formal as a result of the savings provisions. Dr Bonham made a suggestion that there be banned issuing any how-to-vote card that recommends that voters vote in a manner contrary to the instructions on the ballot paper, even if the instruction represents a formal vote, encouraging a voter to vote in a manner contrary to the instructions on the ballot paper, and publishing or purchasing any advertisement that states that voters can vote in a manner contrary to the instructions of the ballot paper. Dr Bonham suggested in his submission and referred to it in his evidence, while there has been some suggestion that even discussing the existence of the savings provision should be banned, I'm strongly opposed to that going too far. It is necessary that people be able to discuss the voting system and its operation for the purpose of research, analysis and debate. Now, Senator Collins made the point that there has been some commentary about whether we should do anything about that. That was initially my view, but after further discussion of Dr Bonham and Anthony Green, I think it would be overkill. I think that the safeguards in the legislation for misleading voters are sufficient, and if someone is advocating just vote one above the line, they're actually doing themselves in the eye, I think, in terms of it's almost self-regulating in respect of that. So I think that the existing safeguards are there. I think Dr Bonham, the matter he's raised are important, but to go any further, we're going to end up in a Langer-type situation, and I don't think we want to go back to that. So I think there are some self-limiting and I think that behaviour will be moderated by the fact that if you do if you do that, to advocate just vote one above the line, it will be quite counterproductive for those that do that. There are provisions in terms of penalties, and briefly to the issue that I think Senator Conroy made reference to about the New South Wales system, where about 80% of voters in the Legislative Council vote just one, only about 20% vote more than one. But the contrary provision, the counterpoint to that is in the ACT. My understanding is 1 to 5 above the line, and I'm just getting some statistics. 1 to 7 above the line. Most voters, I think 75 to 80% of voters, actually do that. Very few, and then the other 20 or 25% vote below the line number, the requisite number of boxes. That there is only a very small proportion of voters that actually go from that.
Order.
Well, the ACT is part of Australia. I said the ACT is part of Australia. So the point I make is that I would like to think in terms of voter behaviour, Mr Acting Chair, that the overwhelming majority of voters will fill in at least 1 to 6 above the line, and that will, I think, mean that minor parties, micro parties, independents will be that will be preferences will flow to them as well.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank Senator Xenophon for his contribution here? It's probably the first detailed response we've had which offers any detail of a policy rationale, except for the very first time, Senator Cormann actually started to respond to some of Senator Wong's earlier questions in relation to the advertising campaign. So I don't know what the change was, but whatever it was, it worked. Something prompted Senator Cormann to actually start providing this is the government's rationale behind, and this is the education campaign that we're looking at. However, just listening to Senator Cormann first up, he told us very quickly, and I'm pretty confident, Senator Cormann, it was the first time this information has been put before us in the committee stage, but you read through it very, very quickly. You were talking about that you're satisfied with the current penalty provisions in relation to the encouragement of an informal vote. But what we're talking about isn't an informal vote. And this is why we're trying to understand how you will see these provisions operating. As Senator Rhiannon raised in her original concerns, and in fact that's actually part of my mirth here because Senator Rhiannon was the one that was raising these questions in the committee. She didn't get an answer from the AEC Minister. You have mischaracterised what occurred during the hearing. The AEC did not give a response anywhere near the response you just gave this committee, so this is fresh information to the committee for the first time. I understand Senator Xenophon's actually been down this burrow. Again, my mirth. Greens question, no answer, doesn't matter. Senator Xenophon burrows down and tries to get a detailed understanding and is capable of responding in a substantive way in the committee stage debate. In fact, in a better fashion than what we're able to get from the minister at the table. But hey, we're in a wild new world here, a wild new world demonstrative of what the wild new Senate might look like after a further election. But once again, I suppose it's possibly I'd encourage the minister to go back and check the record after the hearings today, because there's been a range of areas where he has misrepresented the early consideration of these matters. Several times he's referred to the evidence before JSCEM in a way which is not accurate, and this is one of those again. I wasn't solely picking on Senator Rhiannon when I went to this particular question, because I have already made the point. It highlighted the fact that not having the department before the committee, not having the department appear before the committee meant that there were significant issues we were not able to get a policy rationale response to. And so, Minister, I'll give you what was the answer from the AEC to Senator Rhiannon's question, because it was not as you suggested. Senator Rhiannon had asked, should there be a penalty for anyone advocating to just vote one above the line? And Mr Rogers said, that is absolutely not a matter for me, Senator. That is a matter for government. no policy rationale, the AEC attempting to maintain their non-partisan and independent role, and we didn't have the relevant section of the department with us to try and get the policy rationale out of government. We didn't even have the relevant department with us to test the assertions or the opinions or the propositions put to us by the other witnesses. Now, we obviously didn't have the time to do that either, but we didn't even have an opportunity to test. So it's good to see that Senator Xenophon has gone off and had further discussions with some of the witnesses outside of the Senate inquiry process. And it's good to see that Senator Xenophon can actually articulate a position in the way the minister at the table hasn't been able to date. And it's probably also good to see that Senator Xenophon seems to have a clearer and better understanding of what occurred before the committee. And on that note, again referring to the AEC appearance, I go again to the mischaracterisation for the minister. I don't know if he's doing this deliberately, and he possibly keeps referring to discussions he himself had with the AEC when we talk about the about 3 months. And so I remind him of the earlier point. Senator Rhiannon, for reasons unknown, was concerned about that 3-month figure. She wanted to know, could it be shortened? And the very, very clear advice we had from Mr Rogers was to say that the 3-month period is already a streamlined 3-month period. Now, I quoted also earlier the comments from Mr Rogers where he said an estimated 3-month minimum time frame. Minimum. And given what we know occurred with the AEC in the 2013 election, and given how significant these changes are to Senate voting, I would have thought you'd give them more than the bare-boned, streamlined minimum. I would have thought, rather than the minister here, standing here in the committee stage, pretending that minimum, streamlined, already streamlined, I should say, minimum 3 months, the minister just says, oh, about 3 months, she'll be right. Now, we're not, Minister, asking you to micromanage this process. We are asking you to ensure that the AEC can maintain the integrity it needs to continue to conduct elections adequately in our democracy. We know there were issues and problems with the last election. That's why the inquiry occurred. And you'll recall that was why the inquiry occurred. There were recommendations from the 2014 report about a range of things, including resourcing. And frankly, a one-liner in your first reading speech to the Senate here saying, we will resource, is just not adequate. What this Senate needs to understand, especially after the last election result, and the difficulties and the problems that the Estimates Committee dealt with and that the J-Scheme inquiry dealt with, what we need to understand is that the institution that we need to ensure can function with integrity will have adequate resources. So why the minister is unable to tell us what the broad indicative estimates were, and that those estimates have integrity given the further amendments that the government has now adopted, following the evidence of the AEC to the committee that further changes would require change to their indicative costs, and how the government proposes to meet those costs. And indeed, the minister stands before us and says, I'm not going to micromanage it, it's the independent, non-partisan AEC. But surely you can provide the Senate with more information than just there will be an education campaign at some time before an election. Surely, not only as senators here, But Australian voters have a right to understand that the education campaign will be adequate and that the AEC will be adequately resourced to conduct it. And these are the answers that the minister is currently not providing. Now, it might work with the Greens in a backroom deal to say she'll be right, mate. Senator Dill Natali might be happy to take your word, or as Senator Brandis often likes to say, trust me. Well, you would, Senator. You would have to be pretty gullible. And that's my fear here, because as we've dealt with this matter, and as we've crossed a range of other issues, that gullibility is what we have seen time and time again. So the Greens complain that this has been a protracted process, but then they say to us, oh no, we're going to let it take all it needs to take. And so when we stand here and ask questions that the minister's failing to answer adequately and highlight what should be an adequate answer from the government of the day, they don't like it. They then say, we've got to get to the substance. But then they occupy the committee stage debate time with lectures about how the Labor Party should function. I'd almost think Senator Di Natale is going to come and save the Labor Party. Now, or be courageous, I know. I mean, I do have to share this element of, given the earlier discussion and, I suppose, a little bit of self-indulgence, I have to share with the Senate, after the dialogue with Senator Conroy, the quip I made here amongst ourselves. I do have to share that with the Senate. Well, why not, Senator? Oh, well, that's fine. I'm sure you're bored, but unfortunately we would rather you weren't and you actually understood what you were doing. That would be a better scene, a much better scene. Well, competent would be good too.
Resume your seat, Senator Collins. Senator Cameron on a point of order.
That if you are to interject, and interjection can be disorderly, but if you are to interject, you should do it from your seat. I think it's outrageous that the Greens are up the back, not in their seat, interjecting, because they are all too worried about the truth coming out about the dirty deal they've done with the Liberal Party.
There's no point of order, Senator Cameron. Senator Ludlam on the point of order, which I've ruled there isn't one.
Mr Acting Deputy Chair, from my seat, Senator Collins is indeed boring.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I've had worse insults from Senator Ludlam, I think, during debates around things like national security and data retention, but that's fine, that's fine. It just doesn't get to me, Senator Ludlam, so don't worry about it. If you want me to be characterised as bored, that's okay. I've been accused of worse things. But the point that I was going to make about this whole discussion about what motivates Senator Di Natale was I got over the 2004 election. He obviously hasn't. He hasn't got over it. And that's really sad, because I had the trolls in the Green Party going for me. I had every insult you could possibly imagine. But, geez, I got over that years ago. What happened with Senator Di Natale? That he would be prepared to be led by the nose in the Senate chamber in the way that we've seen, to not worry about a whole range of very important transparency principles in the way the Senate works, to allow Senator Rhiannon to be led by the nose on how a Senate inquiry, or a joint inquiry in this case, should occur, to not worry about issues such as public interest immunity, and I could go on and on. The number of principles that the Greens claim to represent about open and transparent government all of a sudden are being ignored completely. Now, I know the Greens aren't fully united here, and I know you've got a little front happening, that you're all in here, all in there. Well, actually, no, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young's not here. And I'm not surprised, because Senator Hanson-Young does have a little bit of a better sense about the implications of this, which is why she didn't give a second reading contribution, I suspect. She does see the writing on the wall. She is concerned about the implications of what has gone on here. And she understands that she's obviously not in the Kroger deal. Mr Kroger, I think, excluded both her and Senator Rhiannon examples of, oh no, they're new, these Greens. I mean, Senator Di Natale, he's a doctor and he owns a farm. Well, yes, but I don't know if the gender issue is necessarily relevant in here, because I think there's another South Australian senator who's vulnerable as well, who's not a woman. But, well, at least as far as I'm aware. Well, the suggestion was that there was a gender issue relevant, and I don't think that there is, was my point. But if you're entertained by that, that's fine. Go for it. But the real issue is, and I've seen Greens leadership for many years here now, I could not imagine Bob Brown doing anything of this nature. Sure, on the Kroger criteria, Bob was a doctor and Bob owns a farm. But this sanctimonious lecturing— look, I know that Senator Bob Brown has said, you know, I don't mind these arrangements. That's a different point. I cannot imagine him allowing the Greens to be led by the nose and completely walk over the various important principles that have been established in this place about transparency and the way we conduct our affairs. I cannot imagine him sanctioning Senator Rhiannon allowing a committee inquiry to occur but not having the department appear. It is a joke. And that you can't see that highlights what this really is about. You've been dug in, you're now in denial, and you're just going to trot across to support this fix on every occasion.
Senator Cameron.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to make a contribution to this debate. Senator Ludlam, accused the Labour Party spokespeople here as being boring. Well, I have to say, rather be boring than be dumb. Rather be boring than be dumb. Rather be boring than be absolutely ripped off by the coalition. Show your inexperience, show your leaders' lack of capacity to negotiate, show your leaders, glass jaw. I was listening earlier and I heard Senator Di Natale say, I was not going to make a contribution here. He was going to be the leader. He was going to be sitting back and being the leader and letting the debate take place. But as soon as he was criticised, he was on his feet. What a glass jaw this guy has. So you add the glass jaw, you lack the lack of capacity to negotiate, the incompetence. The coalition of taking your play lunch off of you guys. And you come here and you talk about democracy. You talk about the great democratic changes. Well, there's two issues that really go to the issue of democracy. Two issues. One is the misuse of funding in the electoral process. And you're well aware of it. You're well aware of it. And you had an opportunity to actually deal with that issue as part of the negotiations for your capitulation on the electoral bill. You could have dealt with that funding issue. You could have dealt with it, but you didn't have either the intellect or you didn't have the courage, or you were only looking at one thing, and that was to try and get an advantage for the Greens, whether it's real or imaginary. You wanted some advantage, and you were not in a position to actually take on that fundamental issue about electoral funding reform. There's no use having the best technical I'm not arguing that this is the best technical resolution, far from it, but there's no use having a good technical resolution to the voting system in this country if you don't deal with the electoral funding issue. And you've only got to look at how the Liberal Party have been manipulating electoral funding in this country for years. You've only got to look at the Sydney Morning Herald this morning to see the reports about Manildra and the millions of dollars that are being poured in to the coalition from their mates in big business. And that money then getting shifted through various trust funds. Various trust funds moved from New South Wales to try and avoid the electoral laws in New South Wales into the federal trust funds and then back into New South Wales in dribs and drabs. The other thing we've seen in New South Wales is the brown paper bag in front of the Bentley, where the multi-millionaires in Newcastle hand $10,000 in $100 notes in a brown paper bag over to a Liberal MP in New South Wales. These are some of the issues that should have been dealt with if you had any vision. If this was simply not about some kind of short-term grab for power, short-term grab to shore up your position so that no one else can ever do what you've done, and that is to actually get in and build. So there will be no other parties ever in this country that will be able to get in and build. There will be no other parties, there will be no other individuals that will be able to get in, and Senator Xenophon has done the same thing, locked the door. They're in there. You know, Senator Xenophon's there. I didn't know you were there, but I'm glad you are. And I'm sure he's running back to his seat now. You'll get 10 minutes of this you'll have to put up with. But, you know, Senator Xenophon and the Greens have seen a great opportunity here to lock the door on anyone else coming in. So there's that issue in terms of electoral funding that has just been absolutely ignored when you had an opportunity to deal with it. The Greens have dropped the ball on that issue. The second issue is what Ross Gittins outlined on the 29th of February in terms of what this does for lobbyists. It simply concentrates the power in a small group and allows the lobbyists to actually lobby more effectively. So certainly the Liberal Party are well aware of lobbyists. You know, they've got people in their party that are party holders of positions in their party, and also lobbyists. And we've seen that happen in New South Wales and federally. So the power of lobbyists will increase through this. So democracy is not made more transparent or better through this process because two key issues have not been dealt with. That is the power and influence of lobbyists and the power and influence of electoral donations on the Liberal Party. And I've said before, if you ever want to see what the Liberal Party stands for, chase the funding, their electoral funding back. And then you'll see in New South Wales, the Liberal Party, they changed their policy on ethanol because they're getting millions of dollars from the ethanol producers. They won't take on the multinationals, they won't take on companies with $100 million turnover in terms of a fair share of tax because they're getting money from them for their electoral funding. Just see where the money comes from and you'll see where the policies of the Liberals are. The problem we have is that the Greens are arguing that there is this great change in democracy. Well, there will be no change in democracy unless we deal with these two fundamental issues: the power of lobbyists, the influence of lobbyists, and the power of money on the Liberal Party in particular. The power of money on the Liberal Party in particular. We will head down the US path, where you buy more and more influence, where you can actually, like the gun lobby, because of their power and influence, can create a situation where citizens are killed in the US because this lobby is so powerful. I'm not saying that will happen in Australia in terms of guns. I think we are all a bit smarter than that. But the influence of lobbyists is huge, and none of these issues were dealt with in relation to this bill when there was an opportunity to actually look at all of the issues that go towards ensuring that you have a decent democracy. So when I heard all the pious talk from Senator Di Natale about democracy, I thought to myself, what a mug you have been. What a mug you have been. You had an opportunity to deal with a couple of the big issues that are a real problem for democracy in this country, and you did nothing. You did nothing. Why did he do nothing? Because he's just so inexperienced. He's just so inexperienced. I think it's a combination of lack of experience. I think it's a combination of a lack of understanding about how to negotiate. And I think it's also a combination of not much ticker. Because, you know, the coalition have really, taken the Greens to the cleaners on these negotiations.
Point of order to Senator Ludlam.
Mr Chair, could you draw the good senator's attention to the question that's before the chair, please?
Senator Cameron, please direct your contribution to the amendment before the chair.
Well, this goes directly to the bill and the amendment, because this is about democracy. And we've had all these lectures about democracy, all these pious lectures about democracy from the Greens tonight. And, every time there was any criticism of Senator Di Natale, he says, I wasn't going to get up, but my glass jaw's a little bit fractured. I'd better get up and make a contribution. And up he went again. I mean, he even engaged, people, in this place. Now and then, you've got to have a bit of a thick hide. You've got to have a bit of thick skin in this place now and again. But he even had to react to Senator Conroy and others having a go at his photo shoot. He even had to react to that. I thought that not a good look, either in the photo shoot or tonight. I don't think it was a good look either. But anyway, he had to do that again. A bit of a sign of weakness in relation to that issue. But the amendments, there's more than there's a load of amendments that we have to deal with. And I'm sure every time we get up and talk about the amendments, we'll have some discussion about how this is a great thing for democracy, how it's a great thing for democracy. Well, other people have got a different view, both inside Parliament and outside Parliament, about whether this will actually lead to a better democracy in this country. And I'm inclined to see this in a fairly simple position. And that is that the Greens have seen an opportunity to make sure that no one else can do what they've done as a party. They've got in there with small amounts of votes, and all these other parties, their feeder parties, feeding in to give them an opportunity to get in. Really vote for the feeder party, and you're really voting for Senator Rhiannon, or when she was in the upper house in New South Wales. These are the problems that we're faced with the Greens, that they really are now just a small political machine that wants to stay there, that doesn't want anyone else to actually get into Parliament. So there's no one else going to get an opportunity to get in. Now, Senator Xenophon is actually, I think, running on the same view, because Senator Xenophon is going to do pretty well out of this. He's going to do pretty well out of this, and I think he's a smart politician. He's seen an opportunity and he's moved in. But this is really not about democracy unless you deal with those two issues that I've raised earlier. And if you want to have real democracy in this country, you will deal with the issue of lobbyists, and you'll deal with the issue of the rorting that goes on with political donations by the Liberal and National Party. And if I want to go back to what was said earlier. You can have above-the-line voting, you can do bottom-line voting, you can do all that stuff. But what Michael Kroger says is that he's going to have a loose arrangement with the Greens. That's what Michael Kroger said. And Michael Kroger came out and he bailed the cat. He bailed the cat. And I saw, in New South Wales recently, the election before last, where the Greens refused to give preferences to a good, progressive woman candidate in the Blue Mountains, and we had, for 4 years nearly, one of the most right-wing, incompetent, oh, yeah, there we go. The Greens are all yapping. They can't accept the reality of what happens.
Each senator is entitled to be heard in silence. I just request senators extend that courtesy. Senator Cameron.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been told that Senator Rhiannon referred to Senator Cameron as being corrupt. I would ask that you ask her to withdraw that.
I was unable to hear that contribution.
And she certainly did not accuse Senator Cameron of being corrupt.
Okay. Senator Cameron, you have the call.
Well, I'll accept. I will accept that. I will accept. Senator Rhiannon has known me long enough. We've got our differences. We've certainly got our differences on this. But I don't think Senator Rhiannon, knowing me and my work, either in the union movement or as a senator, would actually accuse me of being corrupt. I don't think she would. Right? So I accept that. We're all getting a bit excited down there. All getting a bit excited, but that's okay. So look, I just want to ask a question about the Australian Electoral Commission and their capacity to be ready for this election. And I just draw attention to the age, and this is to the Minister. I want to draw your attention to the ageing infrastructure for the computer systems around the government and the government departments. Have you been assured that the computer systems in the AEC are capable of managing the changes within the time? And have you satisfied yourself that there will be no computer glitches that could happen between now and the election that could have significant implications for the election? Because, as you're aware, there's been significant computer problems in DHS, there's been computer problems in health, there's been computer problems in taxation, there's been problems all over the place. What is the situation, and what have you done to satisfy yourself that the computer systems that the AEC are using are up to the job?
Minister. Thank you, Chair. The answer to the first two questions is yes and yes, and the answer to the final question is that I've, as I've already indicated to the Chamber before, sought relevant advice from the Electoral Commissioner, and the Electoral Commissioner has satisfied me, has provided advice to me, that as long as there are about 3 months that elapse between the passage of the legislation and the implementation of these reforms at an election, then they will be able to make all of the necessary changes and adjustments to their systems, and that they will be able to do all of the things that need to be done in order to ensure an orderly implementation of these reforms at the next election.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to go back to the issue I was discussing earlier with Senator Xenophon and the Minister in relation to Senator Rhiannon's concerns about penalties for those that might encourage people to just vote one. And I appreciate the responses to that, and particularly Senator Xenophon, who's obviously tried to follow that through. But I think it would be helpful for us to confirm that it will be, under these proposed arrangements, lawful for someone to say or promote or advertise just vote one.
Complete. Doesn't appear that you are getting an answer. Senator
Can't
Collins.
even bother standing up and answering a question. It's pretty simple, straightforward.
What?
Oh, cut it out.
Oh dear. Maybe if I give the minister a few moments and move on to another matter while he further considers that answer.
The stupidity of that answer.
Well, it's not just stupidity. It would be. Well, it is disdain, but it's not just disdain.
Point of order, Senator Collins. 1 moment, please.
I have already answered that question on several occasions now. Senator Collins knows this. She obviously doesn't have a lot of material, so she's going through a tedious repetition. Just asking the same question over and over doesn't mean that she's going to get a different answer.
Senator Collins.
Thank you. Now, I don't know what world this minister lives on, but I hadn't asked that question. The question I had asked was the question that Senator Rhiannon asked in the hearing about penalties. This is a different issue. The answer you gave in relation to penalties was to refer to the existing penalty provisions in the Act. My question is whether promoting a just vote one case would be lawful.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I've previously indicated, the Electoral Act already provides that political parties are not allowed to mislead or deceive voters into casting an informal vote, and that prohibition will continue. And for the reasons that I've previously outlined and for the reasons that Senator Xenophon has very eloquently outlined, we don't believe that there is a case for additional penalties and additional offence provisions. We believe that taken together the existing penalties for the distribution against the distribution of misleading material and the education campaign that will be conducted by the IEC in the lead up to the next election means that there is no need for further such offences and penalty provisions as Senator Collins appears to be suggesting we should consider.
Considered. I'm trying to clarify what the situation is, as indeed had Senator Xenophon from his own inquiries. Certainly some witnesses had proposed that case, and obviously Senator Rhiannon had a concern on the penalty side, but I'm concerned on the lawfulness side. So you refer to section 329 of the Electoral Act. Perhaps you'd like to run us through how it works and how it would deal with this situation.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Collins. You actually now are asking me to assist in the Labor filibuster because yes. Clearly you have run out of material. You're now asking me to read to you section 329 of the Electoral Act. So I will oblige. In abundance of helpfulness, I will now read out for you section 329 of the Electoral Act in relation to misleading or deceptive publications, etc. That's how it's described. Clause 1. A person shall not, during the relevant period in relation to an election under this Act, print, publish or distribute or cause, permit or authorise to be printed, published or distributed any matter or thing that is likely to mislead or deceive an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. A person, and then in the next subsequent clause, a person who contravenes subsection 1 is guilty of an offence punishable on conviction, I, if the offender is a natural person, by a fine not exceeding $1,000 or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months, or both, or B, if the offender is a body corporate, by a fine not exceeding $5,000. In the next section, in a prosecution of a person for an offence against subsection 4 by virtue of a contravention of subsection 1, it is a defence if the person proves that he or she did not know and could not reasonably be expected to have known that the matter or thing was likely to mislead an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. The next clause, section 15.2 of the Criminal Code, in brackets extended geographical jurisdiction category B, applies to an offence against subsection 4, and the next clause in this section, publish, includes published by radio, television, internet or a telephone.
That pretty well covers it.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister full knows it doesn't cover it, but perhaps I'll approach this matter another way. But before I go there, I think I need to continue to deal with these snide remarks about don't have much material, doesn't have enough to do, I'm going to help with the Labor filibuster. Minister, this isn't a filibuster. This is the proper consideration that should have occurred to this bill in committee. Now, I have made this point several times that what we are doing now is having an adequate consideration that didn't occur in the backroom deal with the Greens. Now, we can revisit that several times, and I promise you, Minister, there are many other areas in general that I intend to deal with before I deal specifically with this First Amendment. That said, if I need to start being creative and find ways to frame my questions in the context of the First Amendment, Senator Ludlam, I'm happy to get more boring. But what this really is your first attempt at a gag. It's somewhat bemusing because you promised us you wouldn't. You said, or actually the Minister said, we're here till Easter if we have to be, and yet when Senator Cameron was on his feet, what do? You try and limit him to the First Amendment because in a discussion between Senator Di Natale and Senator Cormann, they got together and they said, how can we move this pace along? We've said we won't gag, but what else can we do? And I mean seriously, Senate Procedure 101, you're going to try and limit us to the First Amendment? Well, I can play that game if you want to, but I'd rather go back to the substantive issues that the Greens didn't deal with in their backroom deal, that senators and members of the House weren't able to deal with in the truncated fraud of a JSCM committee process, and that do still need to be addressed. So I have other issues with how the Minister has characterised the AEC's evidence, and we'll get to those as well. But before we do, we'll stay on this particular issue. Now, Minister, does it make it unlawful to encourage a person to cast an informal vote, provided they are honest about the effect of informal voting? So as long as someone covers the benchmark of the unanimous High Court decision in Evans and Crichton-Brown, so as long as they're not misleading or deceptive, they will not be prevented from encouraging someone to cast an informal vote that will be saved by the provisions in this bill.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just addressing the issues that Senator Collins has raised in turn, let me start by her assertion that Labor is not conducting a filibuster. We all know that Labor is conducting a filibuster.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, don't take my word for it. That is what, I mean, Labor senators are bragging to the press gallery that they're conducting a filibuster. In fact, if you go to Twitter, and I encourage you to follow Alice Workman from BuzzFeed, you will see that Alice Workman from BuzzFeed has tweeted that Labor senators have texted me saying they plan to filibuster in the Senate until 9 a.m. or until the Greens gag them. So, I mean, this is a game for the Labor Party. This is not serious. You're not interested in the issues. You know that we're doing the right thing. You know that the proposal put forward by the government and supported by the Greens and Senator Xenophon is doing the right thing by the Australian people. It is empowering the Australian people to determine what happens to their preferences instead of having their preferences traded and directed by political parties and backroom operators against their wishes. Now Senator Collins asks me again the same question in relation to misleading or deceptive publications. I've already referred to Section 329 of the Electoral Act. I've already said very clearly that the government believes that this is a sufficient deterrent to ensure that voters are not misled or deceived in relation to the casting of their vote. That is our position. Senator Collins is entitled to disagree with it. Senator Collins is entitled to move an amendment to make a different arrangement, and then the Senate can adjudicate in relation to her amendment. But I have transparently put in front of the Senate the position of the government, and the position of the government is that we support the current provisions in section 329 of the Electoral Act dealing with misleading or deceptive publications when it comes to the casting of a vote.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the answer I've had from the minister there is that the government thinks the existing provisions are sufficient. It's not an answer to the question, and the question was, do the current or the proposed arrangements make it unlawful to encourage a person to cast an informal vote providing they are honest about the effect of informal voting? In other words, as long as in your promotion of Just Vote 1, you have not been misleading or deceptive, that will be fine. That's the situation that these existing provisions will allow. And yes, thank you, Senator Cormann, for your advice on how I could move an amendment if I chose to, and that we could subsequently debate the amendment. I do know these things. But what we're doing now is having a general discussion about the provisions in this bill, and we're doing it in a way which will be detailed. And we're doing that because the extraordinary process that was agreed between the government and the Greens did not allow this to occur as it should. I've referred several times to the committee inquiry, but I think other senators have highlighted the point that it's not just the committee inquiry that's been inadequate or, in my view, the most extreme situation I've ever come across. It's been the whole process. People have made the point that had the government approached this in a different way, rather than just the one-line Labor luminaries say, Labor luminaries say, Labor luminaries say, that's your one-liner. That's it. That's all you can say. You cannot run a substantive case for why we should proceed this way. But worse than that, to develop these provisions, you've gone behind closed doors with the Australian Greens and with Senator Xenophon, and you've organised a fix. Rather than approach this in a manner which involved all of the relevant parties that could at least attempt to generate a more consensual outcome, you've just generated a self-interested fix. That's what's happened here. And that's what any political observer that can see the prioritising that's gone around this can understand. You might want to say, no, it's not a fix and this is something that happened and it needed to happen in the course of political time, but everything about this process reeks. And yes, we will use our time to make that point, and we will use political flourish or boredom, as Senator Ludlam suggests, but we will also do it in a way which highlights the significant substantive issues that both you and the Greens who are pretending to be an opposition party in this place half the time, the Greens have been incapable of doing. Incapable. Now, I understand what you're saying here, probably more credit to Senator Xenophon than to yourself. Senator Cormann, I understand that I'm not going to get much more out of you in terms of this particular issue. It's just, your usual one-liner, which is the government believes it's sufficient. That was the sort of one-liner that the committee majority came out with. We think government has been satisfied. They haven't told us how they've been satisfied on the logos issues, but they are satisfied, so that's okay. Well, this opposition doesn't focus that way. We require more than just you to stand up and say government thinks it's sufficient or government's been satisfied. We want to know the next layer, which is how. How have you been satisfied? How do we know this will work? Because we've been around this place a little bit longer, and when we go into post facto estimates, we'll compare what we were told up front to what happened, and then we'll be able to ask, why didn't it happen? It's called holding government accountable. But unfortunately, sometimes when self-interest arises, people lose sight of longer-term accountability matters, and that is what has occurred here. Let me go to the next area where the minister's been characterising the evidence before the AEC in a creative way. Now, other senators have asked questions about what sort of modelling has occurred, and indeed, the minister's right, that question was raised with the AEC. But what the AEC told the inquiry was you can't use past election results to predict outcomes of these proposals, and that's true. However, the answers from the minister today suggest there's been no testing. No testing. So I ask the minister, is that the case? It may, as the AEC has suggested quite rightly, be the case that past election results aren't the appropriate way to test how these measures might be implemented, but that doesn't mean you can't test how they might work. Have there been any trials? Have there been any focus groups? Has anyone run through how these proposals might operate? Or is that the next month or the next 2 months in the plans of the AEC? We certainly know that the AEC focus group can test other issues, advertising campaigns, how they might operate. So has there been any testing in terms of how, in a real world, with real voters, these provisions might actually operate? So that we can see, if we have any sense, we had the discussion earlier about, oh, is it the ACT or is it New South Wales, or which is the best case scenario? Well, why on earth wouldn't you just find a way to test it? Now, we know from the AEC they weren't asked to. We don't know whether the department did any testing. So, Minister, I don't want to conclude from earlier discussions that absolutely none occurred, and so I'll ask that very specific question.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I can very happily confirm the government hasn't done any testing, as the Senator is suggesting. I mean, any such testing would be quite ludicrous, because you can't actually predict future voter behaviour at future elections, because there's obviously a whole range of factors that go into the decision-making of voters at an election, not least of which is the information provided by various political parties and candidates about their intentions of what they would do on being elected, and their sort of the information they can provide about their past track record and their future intentions. So it is not actually possible to conduct the sort of testing that Senator Collins is talking about for the purposes of this exercise. Obviously, at the next election, the Australian people will have the opportunity to exercise their democratic right to determine what happens, not just to their primary vote when voting above the line, but also to their preferences. I understand Senator Collins, Senator Conroy, Senator Dastyari, the backroom operators in the Labor Party, they prefer to be able to control those preferences. They prefer to prevent people voting above the line from expressing their preferences, because people in the Labor Party want to trade people's preferences away. They want to direct them to maximum tactical advantage for the Labor Party. We want to empower voters. We say our message to voters is, this is your vote. You determine how you vote when voting in the Senate above the line. You determine who you support with your number one preference. You determine who you support with your subsequent preferences. It shouldn't be up to a complicated, opaque, non-transparent group voting ticket arrangement which could send voter preferences in 3 different directions. Now, nothing that Senator Collins has said tonight in any of her questions or any of her contributions actually detracts from this core proposition that what we are doing here is a significant improvement to the way the Senate electoral system would be working. Instead of forcing people to just vote one above the line and then take their preferences away from them and direct them according to political party preferences, what we're saying that these are your preferences. You, the voter, this is your preference. You determine what you do with it. That is what we believe is appropriate, because that will help ensure that the result at the next election
is a true reflection of the will of the Australian people, and surely that is something that all of us are interested in.
Here.
Senator Collins. Xenophon, you're on your feet. Oh, Senator Muir, I apologise, Senator Muir, I didn't see you there.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. I do have a question for the Minister. He was looking very bored for quite some time, so I thought I'd try to wake him up, but the Labor Party did end up asking a couple of questions for him. I note his extreme concern of making sure that voters can have control of their preference above the line. You can't help but be cynical in this place and not necessarily trust everything that everybody says. And I've been trying to do a little bit of homework, and I have a question which I really hope you can address, Minister. And it is Section 329 of the Electoral Act only applies if you advocate for an informal vote. Given the savings provision makes an informal vote formal, does Section 329 apply, or is it made redundant by virtue of the savings provision?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Section 329 does apply to any information or any information that is published, printed, distributed, caused, permitted or authorised to be printed, published or distributed, and that would be likely to mislead or deceive an elector in relation to the casting of a vote. The provision is there in black and white, and everybody can see what it is. I can also refer, given that the question is being asked again, to the evidence in front of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters on the 29th of February, Tuesday the 29th of February, from memory, where the Federal Director of the Liberal Party, Mr Tony Nutt, clearly indicated that the intention of the Liberal Party is to provide guidance to voters on our how-to-vote cards. It's consistent with what is going to be on the Senate ballot paper, that to vote above the line, vote at least 1 to 6 above the line, and that is what the Liberal Party intends to do. I can't talk for other parties. I don't know whether the Labor Party has got some other cunning plan that they are wanting to pursue. Listening to the line of questioning by Senator Collins, I don't know whether it is just another pursuit of a conspiracy theory or whether it is actually something that they are entertaining to conduct in a particular way. But the provision in the Electoral Act has been there for some time. Certain other penalty provisions have been removed at some point in the past in the context of the case that Senator Xenophon previously mentioned. I don't think it is in the public interest for us to go back to these arrangements of the past. The government can't be clearer than what we are now, and that is that we believe that the current Section 329 is sufficient. And let's also remind ourselves again, the instruction to voters on Senate ballot papers is going to be very explicit. To vote above the line, number at least 6 boxes 1 to 6 in order of your preference. To vote below the line, number at least 12 boxes 1 to 12 below the line. So the reason we have a savings provision for people voting above the line who vote just 1 or 1 and 2 or 1, 2, 3 is because, as Senator Wong previously indicated, for the last 30 years, courtesy of the reforms of the Hawke government at the time when they introduced above the line voting, people for 30 years have only been allowed to vote 1 when voting above the line. They weren't allowed to vote any other way. They weren't, once you voted above the line, which 97% of voters in Australia did at the last election, courtesy of the legislation passed by Labor in 1984, people lose control of their preferences. Now, and they lose control of those preferences to political parties. They lose control of those preferences to political backroom operators who go and negotiate the best possible deal with a plethora of other parties. It shouldn't be for the political party attracting the number 1 vote above the line to determine what happens to that vote subsequently. It should be up to the voter to determine what happens to that preference after. And people should be empowered to express not just their first preference, but subsequent preferences for parties when voting above the line. And that is, of course, what this reform will enable to take place.
Senator Xenophon.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. A while ago, we had a discussion about the whole issue of the New South Wales electoral system for the Legislative Council, where there is a requirement to simply put 1 above the line, but it's optional preferential. You can put more above that, more than 1. We know from the experience in the New South Wales Legislative Council that the voting patterns are that about 80% of voters simply put 1, so there is a high number of exhausted votes. In the ACT, by contrast, the position is you're supposed to put either 1 to 5 above the line or indicate 5 preferences or 7, depending in which electorate you're in. It's 5 preferences in Brindabella and Ginninderra and 7 preferences in Molonglo. The 2012 report on the ACT Legislative Assembly election from Elections ACT makes this point. I just want to have this on the record, and I think this is a reasonable benchmark for us to go by, at least to aim for this level of relatively low informality. The report at page 76 says that around 97 to 98% of all formal voters in 2012 followed the instructions on the ballot papers and indicated at least as many preferences as there were vacancies in the electorate. This result indicated that the instructions provided to voters were effective. Around 72% of formal voters indicated exactly as many preferences as there were vacancies in the electorate. It goes on to say around 26% of formal voters showed more than the instructed minimum number of preferences, and it goes on to say that these results indicate that while around 7 out of 10 voters are inclined to cast the recommended minimum number of preferences, another 1 in 4 voters take the opportunity to show more preferences than the recommended minimum. It also goes on to say the formality rules accept as formal ballot papers that indicate at least a unique first preference, even if the instructed minimum number of preferences is not shown. Around 1.7% of electors in Brindabella, 1.6% in Ginninderra and 2.5% of formal voters in Molonglo failed to number at least as many preferences as there were vacancies in the electorate. It is impossible to know, says Elections ACT, to know how many of these votes were cast in the knowledge that these votes were not complying with the recommended minimum but were nevertheless formal votes, and how many of these votes were the result of a failure to understand or follow the instructions. Whatever the reason, says Elections ACT, the number of ballot papers concerned is significant enough to make it worth keeping the current formality rules while maintaining the general instruction to number at least as many candidates as there are vacancies in the electorate. I put this on the record to show that that seems to be closer to the system that's being proposed in this legislation, and it's pretty heartening that in the ACT, with the saving provision, that the overwhelming majority of voters follow the instructions to number the minimum number, either 5 in one electorate or in 2 electorates or 7 in another electorate. So I just want to put that on the record, and I'll let another speaker take us into the new day.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And just following up from what Senator Xenophon has just said, and to again correct Senator Wong and Senator Conroy's verballing of the evidence by Mr Green in front of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, they essentially sought to indicate that because there was more than 80% of exhausted votes in the election in New South Wales, with an optional preferential voting system, that the same would necessarily be the case under our proposed model. And that is, of course, not true, because as Mr Green very explicitly indicated in that evidence, and I refer you to page 18 of the evidence on Tuesday, 1 March 2016, New South Wales ballot papers say, just vote 1 if you want to. You may go on and do something else. Whereas our ballot paper will give guidance to voters to number at least 6 boxes 1 to 6 if voting above the line, and at least 12 boxes 1 to 12 when voting below the line. So that is a very different arrangement. And Mr Green also referred to the ACT in that same answer, and conveniently both Senator Conroy and Senator Wong ignored that fact, and he referred indeed to the ACT Legislative Assembly ballot paper, and I'm quoting directly from his evidence. It has something similar to what will be on the Senate ballot paper. It says number 7 boxes from 1 to 7. That is in the ACT, in the order of your choice. You may then go on and number from 8 onwards. They only get about 2% with less than 7 preferences. So a ballot paper that says number up to that, so it actually works. So the evidence that, or the way that Senator Conroy and Senator Wong sought to misrepresent Mr Green's evidence during the debate here tonight was again another example of their attempt to mislead and deceive the Australian people.
Senator Moore.
Just leaning across, Mr Acting Deputy President. So.
Your work. Senator Muir.
Yeah, I would like to read a little piece from the AEC website in relation to informal voting. It says, "It is not an offence to vote informally in a federal election, nor it is an offence to encourage other voters to vote informally. However, anyone who encourages the electors to vote informally or vote 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, etc. On a House of Representatives ballot paper will be encouraging voters to waste their votes, as no vote will be counted from these ballots." I go back to my last question to the minister, where I highlight that Section 329 of the Electoral Act only applies if you advocate for an informal vote. The minister indicated that Section 329 was sufficient, but doesn't this savings provision make Section 329 redundant, as it makes a vote one above the line formal?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So no, the answer is no, it doesn't make it redundant. The second answer is, and this is consistent with repeated and ongoing judgments of the High Court, we always ought to apply these sorts of laws erring on the side of the franchise, and where there is a clear indication of voter intent, then voter intent should be taken into account when counting ballot papers. And obviously, given that Labor introduced a system in 1984, which meant that everyone now for more than 30 years has had to vote just one above the line, if we did not have the sort of savings provision that we've put forward as part of our proposal, we would indeed have an increased number of informers. And indeed, quite erroneously, I might add, Senator Dastyari, on the day that we made our announcement of these reforms, pressed out and said there would be 800,000 additional informal votes, because he assumed that everyone who would vote one above the line would all of a sudden have their vote discarded, which was of course wrong. We think it's very important to have a savings provision. We do think it's very important to ensure that where there is clear voter intent, that voter intent is counted to the extent that it has been expressed. Obviously, if only one preference is expressed above the line, then you can't keep allocating preferences beyond that. But that is the voter's choice. The voter will be advised to vote above the line, to number 6 boxes 1 to 6 in order of their preference. And where such a system does exist, namely in the ICT, what the experience has been that there is only a very small number of voters that does not follow that instruction. Our expectation is that overwhelmingly most voters will follow the instruction that is on the ballot paper, and that is to vote for the Senate above the line and number 6 boxes 1 to 6 in order of your preference, at least 1 to 6.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I just wanted to know what contingency plan that the Liberals have in place if someone seeks an injunction from the High Court to prevent the government from holding an election under the new election reforms. So if you could just tell me what sort of contingency plan you have to deal with that, if that was to occur, that'd be great.
Minister.
I've got to admit I don't really understand the question, but I'll try to answer what I think it might be. So if the Senate supports this legislation, what the Australian Electoral Commission has said to us is that they would need about 3 months between the passage of the legislation and the implementation of that legislation at an election. Obviously, I don't know when the next election will be. I mean, that decision, as far as I'm aware, has not been made. What I can say, though, and we've given that indication on the record, there is an amendment which has been circulated by the Greens to essentially provide that this reform cannot take effect until for a polling day that would happen before the 1st of July. So the first election that this reform could apply to under that amendment would be an election on a polling day after 1 July, and the government has indicated that we would be supporting that Green amendment. So if the Senate decided to support our very important reform tonight or tomorrow morning or next week, if the Senate indeed votes in favour of it, obviously then the Electoral Commission will do all the work they need to do to give effect to this change and to implement it professionally and competently and to provide adequate and appropriate education and information to the Australian people, and it would not be implemented at an election until at least the 1st of July.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. We'll try that again. If there was a High Court challenge, once this goes through and there is a High Court challenge, which is then going to send everything into disarray, what I want to know is, all I want to know is this: do you have a contingency plan to deal with that?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I didn't hear the reference to a High Court challenge in your initial question. We are very confident that our reform proposal is consistent with all of the relevant requirements in the Constitution. Indeed, that is the advice that we have. We're very confident that this legislation is entirely consistent with the requirements in the Constitution. If I may say, the point that Mr McCarris has raised in relation to these matters, his evidence in front of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters was that in his view, since 1984, every single Senate election has been in breach of the Constitution, because in his view, and I'm not sure whether he is a constitutional lawyer or what sort of, because the High Court has never agreed with him, and indeed he was complaining about the fact that the High Court didn't agree with him when it was tested in the High Court. But in his view, whatever, for all it's worth, in his view, every Senate election since 1984 has been unconstitutional because senators haven't been directly elected when voting for parties above the line. The truth is that under our reforms, voters will be more empowered to directly determine who is ultimately elected as a result of their vote, because voters will actually have the opportunity. Is this a point of order, or do you want?
Senator Lambie.
I simply just asked the minister whether or not they have a contingency plan if somebody was to take this onto the.
That's not a point of order. Unless you're raising...
Oh, he's not answering the questions. I asked him if they had a contingency plan in place if it's going to the High Court. I don't need all the fluffy stuff.
Minister.
Well, let's be very crisp. We don't believe we need such contingency plans because we're very confident that the legislation before the Senate is entirely consistent with the requirements of the Constitution.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. Back to where we were, Minister. Can you explain what the threshold is for the above-the-line savings provision? So, what's the minimum votes before the saving provision kicks in?
Minister.
Well, in relation to voting above the line, as is indicated in our bill and as I've explained on several occasions now, the advice to voters will be to vote in the Senate above the line. You must number at least 6 boxes in order of your preference, in 1 to 6, and of course people can vote. Of course, people can indicate additional preferences. People can indicate more than 6 preferences, and what the savings provision provides is that as long as a voter fills in at least 1 box with the number 1 in it, then that vote will still be counted as formal. I mean, that is, I think that is well understood. That is a well understood feature of this reform. And indeed, I mean, given that Senator Conroy is back, I just thought I'd go back to the submission of the National Secretary of the Labor Party, George Wright, which was made on the 24th of April 2014, at a time when Senator McAllister was the National President of the Labor Party. So I suspect that she was 100% behind this particular proposition as well. So you're saying that Senator McAllister didn't even read the submission that was put forward by the. Are you saying she was a bad national president? Is that you're now saying she's not? You're saying you think she never read it? Tell us more about the Labor Party. So the National Secretary keeps the National President of the Labor Party in the dark. That is the way I think.
we're getting all of the revelations now on the internal workings of the Labor Party. The national president of the Labor Party is treated like a mushroom in the Labor Party because the national secretary of the Labor Party doesn't share with the president on what submissions he makes to a parliamentary committee looking into Senate voting arrangements. So you're not really taking this very seriously, Senator Conroy. But let me just remind you of what the National Secretary of the Labor Party said to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters on the 24th of April 2014 in relation to this precise point. So Labor's preferred position would see a requirement that ballot paper instructions advocate that voters fill in a minimum number of boxes above the line while still counting as formal any ballot paper with at least a 1 above the line. That is precisely what our reforms do. We are precisely following the preferred approach by the National Secretary of the Labor Party, which apparently he has put to a committee of the Parliament in secret, without even consulting his national president, which I find very hard to believe. But let's take Senator Conroy's word for it.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I know you got lost there for a little bit, Minister, but in the original answer you said at least 6, 1 to 6. That's the first time I've heard that sort of language at all today. Just out of curiosity, if somebody votes 1 to 6 but only gets to 3, is that a formal vote?
Minister.
Let me refer you precisely to what it will say on the ballot paper. So on the Senate ballot paper, it will say you may vote in one of 2 ways for the Senate, either by numbering at least 6 of these boxes in the order of your choice, with number 1 as your first choice. And the advice to voters voting above the line is to number at least 6 boxes, 1 to 6. And the experience in the ICT is that where such advice is provided in the ballot paper, all but 2% of voters actually end up following that advice. That's the experience. That's the lived experience. Now, what we have done, though, given that there has been a period now of more than 30 years where people have voted just 1 above the line, because that was the law that Labor introduced in 1984, we didn't want to have a massive increase in informal votes. We didn't want a whole number of votes to be discarded because people voted the way they always had, which is why we've provided a savings provision which ensures that if somebody votes 1 or 1 and 2 or 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or indeed fills in every single box on above the line when voting for the Senate, that vote is still formal. And I very much welcome to this side of the chamber Senator Bullock, who of course is one of 4 federal members of parliament from the great state of Western Australia representing the Labor Party, who's decided to pull the pin. One of them, Mr Gray, told the chamber today that he was sad, that the Labor Party position on this legislation makes him sad. No wonder he's leaving. He is thoroughly disappointed by the way that Bill Shorten approaches issues like this one in complete disregard of the national interest.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Muir.
You said that the. Thank you, Chair. Minister, you said that number at least 6 would be written on the ballot paper. Last time I checked, that wasn't actually the case. But I might ask you to read that again, just so I can hear properly.
Minister, point of order, or?
Yeah. So I mean, if you suggest that is not the case, it means that you haven't looked at the bill. The bill actually includes a template ballot paper. And what I've just read out to you is in the bill that has been introduced into the Parliament that should be available to you. If you haven't got a copy of the bill, I'm happy to get you one.
Senator Muir.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. I do have a copy. I have read it. I was just making sure that I heard right, so I was asking you to read it back again.
Well, if you have a copy of the bill, don't take my word for it. Go to page 12 of the bill, and you will see that it says there, you may vote in 1 or 2 ways for the Senate. I mean, that's obviously a Senate ballot paper. Either by numbering at least 6
by numbering at least 6 of these boxes in the order of your choice, with number 1 as your first choice. That's what it says very clearly.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I did slightly mishear what you said, and thank you for the clarity. So, in saying that, with the bill saying that minimum of 6, or a number at least 6, you're constantly encouraging formal voting by saying 1 to 6 in this chamber. You're constantly misleading voters by saying 1 to 6. Shouldn't the language be minimum of 6?
Minister.
Well, it is a minimum of 6, but you've got to be very clear, and we want to be very. We don't actually want to mislead voters. We want to make sure that voters understand very clearly that they need to number at least 6 of these boxes in order of their choice, starting with 1. Starting with 1, with 1 is obviously the first choice. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the guidance on the ballot paper is at least 6, from 1 to 6. And if you want to do more, do more. If you end up doing less because you didn't follow the guidance on the ballot paper, the savings provision that we've included makes sure that your vote is still saved for the votes that you have cast.
Senator Muir.
So, for it to be formal, for a vote to be formal under these changes, it is 6. It is absolutely 6. Anything below that comes under the savings provision. However, the savings provision has allowed a number 1 vote to become formal. So therefore, section 329, although you said no, it would seem would actually become redundant. I'm just trying to get some really good clarity around that, because this is a huge blunder if this is actually the case.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a blunder. It is the intentional decision that the government has made. And it's not first past the post. I mean, Senator Conroy knows it's not. What it is a reform which will empower the Australian people to determine what happens to their preferences. Instead of having their preferences traded and directed by political parties into directions that the voter may not support, this will ensure that it is the individual voter who determines what happens, not just with their primary vote when voting above the line, but also with their second, third, fourth and subsequent preferences. Yes, we have made a deliberate decision, which has been well advertised and which I think is broadly supported, that if a voter ends up not following the guidance on the ballot paper by voting, by filling in a lower number of boxes than 6, then the vote will be saved. Because we do need to err on the side of the franchise. We do need to err on the side of counting those votes that have been cast and make sure they're properly taken into account. I mean, that is something that we've put forward very transparently as our proposal. Now, you, Senator Muir, you're entitled to disagree with the reform that we've put forward. You're entitled to vote against it. You're entitled to try and move amendments. Of course, but that is very openly and transparently our position. That is our preferred approach. We'd like to think that there is majority support for our preferred approach in the chamber, but you know, let's see what happens when we ultimately get to vote on the various amendments and on the bill.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the Minister for having enough concern about people's preference that he thinks that they should be able to have control of it above the line. I'm just very sceptical about that, considering 1 to 6 is what's been said in this chamber all day, every day, out in the media, instead of 6 right through. I mean, if the Minister was really concerned about people's vote, people having control of their preference, it will be 6 minimum right through the end. If you really want to control of your preference, go 6, because that's formal, right through to the very end of above the line, or go below the line and go to 12. But that aside, if you want. If you vote for a minor party, I've heard you say many times today that if you vote for a minor party above the line, you lose control of your vote the second you put one in the box. Minister, once you vote one above the line. Minister, under these changes, if you vote one for a minor party above the line and that party does not receive a quota, you lose your vote. Can you explain for the 1 in 4 voters what would happen if their vote under this Greens and Liberal National Party coalition what happens to their vote if they vote for a minor party that does not get a quota?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, it's entirely a matter for the voter to determine what they want to do with their vote and with their preferences. Now, the guidance on the ballot paper is to number at least 6 boxes. Of course, the voter can decide to number more boxes, and if the voter ends up numbering fewer than 6 boxes, the vote will be formal under the savings provisions. But ultimately, and this is we had quite a detailed discussion on this with Senator Wong earlier. Ultimately, it is an entirely legitimate democratic choice for an individual voter to make, not to issue a preference to a party they do not want to support in any way, shape or form. So what I said earlier, if Senator Edwards, who was in the chamber then, does not want to preference the sex party, he shouldn't be forced to preference the sex party. If he wants to preference 6 or 7 or 8 parties who he thinks, after the Liberal Party, who he thinks are sufficiently aligned to his view of the world, that he would be happy to see his vote, that he would be happy to see his vote or any other voters' vote, if they would be happy to see their vote, go to other minor parties, then of course people are entitled to make that choice. If indeed, and if any voter of the Australian Motoring Enthusiasts Party who put 1 above the line in favour of the Australian Motoring Enthusiasts, if they want to preference 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or more other parties, minor parties, major parties, doesn't matter. That is their choice. But the point I made earlier is that in a proper, well-functioning democratic system, it is preferable for a vote to exhaust because the voter has made a decision not to issue additional preferences, rather than to have a voter's preference go and elect somebody that they never intended to elect, or that they, in the worst-case scenario, that they're actually opposed to, and that they only ended up contributing to electing by virtue of the way these non-transparent group voting ticket arrangements operate. And I mean, to just remind the chamber again, political parties in trading and directing voter preferences who vote above the line, 97% of people having voted above the line, they can channel these preferences in 3 different directions. I mean, how can anybody credibly suggest that a voter can ascertain what happens to their preferences after they voted above the line, 1 above the line under the current system? Well, so if somebody, I mean, and indeed, like Senator Conroy thought it was a bit of a joke. Senator Conroy thought it was a bit of a joke at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, being quite chummy with our very distinguished Federal Director, Mr. Tony Nutt. I mean, here was Senator Conroy saying to Tony Nutt, ha ha ha, there's only 10 of us in Australia who know how this thing works. There's only 10 of us who understand the science and maths of preferencing arrangements. Well, this is the whole point, Senator Muir. It shouldn't. Every single voter should understand what happens, not just to their primary vote, but also to their preferences. Every single voter should have the power to determine who they ultimately might help to elect. That is what we are seeking to do here. That is what we're seeking to do, because it is not, in our judgment, and ultimately the Senate is free to make its own judgment, but in our judgment, it is up to the voter to determine what happens to their preferences. It shouldn't be up to political parties to trade and direct those preferences through a non-transparent, opaque way in 3 different directions.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. You just said at the start of that answer that